choices, standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rep game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. It is 1/29/2024, and it is 9:23 p.m. Central Time. And what are we in Cali right now? 7:23. And if you're Eastern, you're 10:23. What's going on? Welcome to the stream, Cindy, Faith, Kelly, Ro. What's going on? Nice to see you. I'm doing good. How about yourself? World of peace, worth the wait. We're in the building. We're gonna get revved up. We're gonna get looking at a few different things. I've seen a few different screenshots that came out that are pretty interesting. A couple new videos dropped, maybe a few new article reads. You never know. By the day, new stuff comes out. I feel like. Turn the page. What's going on? Welcome. Cheech Brown, welcome to the stream. Linda Lou, welcome. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. All right, so we do have this new video I want to check out. What's going on, Karen? Welcome. Island Gun 22 from Maryland. Shout out to you from Maryland. The DMV in the building. You got the DMV in the house tonight. I gotta know. Oh wow, thank you for date and time. Yeah. She said thank you for dating. You didn't know what time it was? You ain't looking at the clock, Granny? What's going on, Brian? Welcome to the stream. No cussing tonight, everybody. Good luck. Good luck. I don't know. Will you hear a stream without cuss words? We'll find out. I can do it. I know I could do it, but can the callers, can people who call in do it? I could do it. It's easy. What's going on, Mab? I mean, I may cuss though, but then I end up saying something like,
"Get the fuck out of here!"
Oh shit. My bad. That was a cuss word. Suki, what's going on? Midwest, how you doing? Zoe. Naomi in the building. Nice to see you. Sweet Pea. Say glad you're live. Let's dive into this.
What happened in Kansas City alone? You can't have these families with these young guys had their whole lives.
Hold on, I want to show you I want to show you this. This was sent in to me, right? It says you can delete your Facebook, you can move, motherfucker. But what you did to my cousin is not okay, and I hope the cops start doing their job or doing their fucking job. And this shit haunts you for the rest of your life. This is making me so mad. This is not okay. Hold on, let's make this full screen. You had 2 days obstructing justice while you came up with a plan and hid evidence, and the cops gave you more time because they didn't go in till they had his permission. Fuck that. I'm so mad I can't see straight. Now, this is a family member talking out, right? This is a family member speaking out.
In front of them.
Let's keep going. Frustration doesn't end.
No answer. And the authorities aren't saying anything. I respect the authorities doing things the right way.
I appreciate it.
But according to one of the guys involved here, his attorney, they don't expect foul play.
What's up, Bullish? Welcome, brother.
Some answers. So these three men in Kansas City, you know the story. They were found frozen to death in their buddy's backyard in a way that we haven't heard before, by the way, which you're going to hear in a moment. But no gunshot, no stab wound, no ligature, meaning nobody had strangled them, apparently. Okay? So they send it out for an autopsy and toxicology. They say 8 weeks. 8 weeks. You can't bury, you can't mourn, you can't know.
8 weeks.
Oh, the family want answers. So we keep doing the story. And
until we finish this, I'm going to finish this video, the two new videos, and I'll open up the lines and we could chat it up. We could chat it up.
To hype about it because we can only know what is shown. All right? The family knows what these guys were about and what they were doing and who this friend was to them. Let's bring in the brother of Ricky Johnson, one of the deceased. We had his father on last week. Jonathan Price is his name, and he joins us now. Jonathan, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Chris.
So how's the family holding up with the unknown?
It's the same every day with, the lack of answers, the inability to really, truly mourn without any form of cause. It's just very difficult. I don't think I'll ever move on until, really I'll never move on, but especially not knowing what happened to my brother. And I'm not one of these people that tries to speculate and stuff like that, but I just want ideas out there. I want to be involved more. My mother, Ricky's father, they want to be involved more, and we're just not getting answers from anybody, even the people that.
Again, this is, I believe, Ricky Johnson's brother, Jonathan Price.
Claim they're doing the investigation.
So is it true that you guys have been...
Again, if you're just coming in, this is an interview with Ricky Johnson's brother, Jonathan Price. Okay. So it is from tonight, by the way.
Trying to get the police to tell you what's happening and that they are not in communication with you?
That's correct.
Is there any reason, is there some protocol in Kansas City I'm not aware of where they're not allowed to interface with the families of victims of crimes? Because usually that's like the main interface.
Yes, and you would think so, especially with something like this. And I'm not saying there was or was not a crime, but if you immediately suspect no foul play, then you should have a story. You should have something to tell the family.
I agree with him. I got to agree with him on that. He's like, if you're saying no foul play, then you should be able to tell us the story. Well, we walked in, we found your son with two others. They had drugs on him. You'd be able to give them the story, right? You'd be able to say, hey, they had needles on them. They had drugs, or whatever it may be. And they haven't told the families that. They haven't been able to say, hey, we found them in the backyard. We did. And there was drugs on them too. I'm sorry, man. Right. But instead of that, they're waiting for the toxin. They're not saying shit. That's what I don't understand. But if you did find something on him, at least you could indicate the family, hey, I found drugs on your son, and we believe this is the cause of his death. Yes, we believe all three of them died this way, which is why we're not 100% investigating it as a homicide, ma'am. And I'm sorry for your family, and I'm sorry that you're going through this pain right now. I mean, it's that simple, and that right there could really make the families feel whole, but it sounds like they're not doing that.
And yes, and you would think so, especially with something like this. And I'm not saying there was or was not a crime, but if you immediately suspect no foul play, then you should have a story. You should have something to tell the families. And for no one to hear anything, that doesn't make any sense. And I think that's one of the main reasons why this is getting so big.
So 2 things that you've said that I haven't heard before.
Okay. So before Chris asked this question, you said, where did the fentanyl come up to begin with? Susie, I believe that has just been the speculation, right? That speculation came up day one that I've heard about it, at least the day that I talked about it. You got to remember this. This is, well, and also this too. Hold up. Let me find it, because I'm glad you're saying that, right? Because I want to pull it up and show you where it came from. For me, anyways, this is where it first came into play with me. You have Adam Butchman, who says one of those men was my uncle. They didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl. This is where I seen it originally. At least the fentanyl topic being brought up by a nephew of one of those men that was his uncle. So again, I don't know who his uncle is, but he did say one of those men was my uncle. They didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl. That's where I believe it came up at. And then on the 14th, this is another screenshot that I'm seeing from a family member saying, you could delete your Facebook. You could move, motherfucker. That's what she said. She's snapping for real. And I really don't blame her. Right? She said, but what you did to my cousin is not okay. And I hope the cops start doing their effing job. And this haunts you for the rest of your life. This is making me so mad. This is not okay. You had 2 days obstructing justice while you came up with a plan and hid evidence. And the cops gave you more time because they didn't go in till they had his permission. F that. I'm so mad I can't see straight. Now, I mean, how many screenshots have we seen like that? Right?
So 2 things that you've said that I haven't heard before. 1, you seem to know something about where these men were found that I haven't heard. What information do you have about specifically where they were in the backyard and how they were situated?
Well, I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I have heard, because as being a brother, I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at everything anybody posts, whether it's information I feel is useful or information I don't feel is useful. But information I did find.
Well, you also know who found them,
was
right? I mean, they were found by an extended family member. So you guys are in contact. So go ahead, tell the audience.
Yeah. So I believe David was found in a lawn chair on the back porch.
Like you said, Ricky's family has a GoFundMe to help get a private investigator and a lawyer. Harley, where's it at? Can we get the link running in here? Mod, let's get that link running around in here. If anybody has a couple bucks and they're looking for a private investigator, let's get that link rolling in here. We need that link in here ASAP. Where's this at? I need to find this. Hold up. Ricky Johnson, GoFundMe, private investigator. Let me see if I can find it just by Googling it, right? Oh, I see it right here. Justice for Ricky. Justice for Ricky, $515 raised out of 5,000. I don't know if this is the one, but if somebody can verify with me that this is the one, we'll start sharing it right now in chat. I do see, again, family of Ricky Johnson, PI, lawyer fees, PI and lawyer fees. Let's get this running in the chat. Let's get this link running in chat if this is it. I want to verify that this is it first. I want to be able to verify that this is the exact one and it's not somebody just messing off and trying to get money. Let's figure that. Our family has gone through a terrible tragedy and there are many unanswered questions surrounding his suspicions. I think they meant suspicious death. January 5th, our son Ricky and his friends Clayton and David were last known to be watching the Chiefs versus Los Angeles football game at their friend's house. None of our family or friends could get a hold of our son. Nobody could get a hold of our son or knew where him or their friends or their group was of friends. Now, says family and friends of all three men tried texting and calling the homeowner, asking if he knew where they were and never got one single response. Two of the men's cars remained in the homeowner's driveway for those 2 days. So on January 9th, relatives banged on the door. It says relatives banged on the door for half an hour until they finally busted a window and yelled for someone to state they were in the house. Nothing. It says nothing, right? And then a welfare check was called in at that point, and it wasn't until finally homeowner Jordan Willis answered the door for police. They found the bodies of all 3 men in the backyard frozen. It says frozen to the ground. Our son spent 2 days and nights frozen dead out in sub-zero temperatures. The homeowner's story is he had no idea his friends were dead in his backyard for 2 whole days in his own backyard. One of them being found at the right outside the back door, their cars being in his driveway for 2 days, and ignoring texts, calls, and knocks at his door. The police are adamant that there is no foul play involved. So I want to make sure that this is done. Hold up. This is the only GoFundMe for PI lawyer fees for the Johnson family. I want to make sure that this is to the Johnson family. Again, we'll find out.
Rather than all 3
family members. So you guys are in contact. So go ahead, tell the audience.
Nice to see you too. What's going on, Mark?
Yeah, so I believe David was found in a lawn chair on the back porch, rather than all 3 laying flat, which definitely paints a picture we did not have from the very beginning. And it definitely brings up some questions that you would have, especially with somebody that, I don't care who you are, where you live. If it's snowing outside, you're looking at how bad it's getting.
Yeah, for people, don't donate to me tonight. Donate to this GoFundMe. It's like the GoFundMe.
If you have any type of responsibilities of leaving your house in any way, shape, or form, it doesn't matter if you work from home, you got to leave sometime. And from his lawyer, we don't know if he left or not, because he started out saying that he left the home sporadically throughout the day. And then another one where he was home for 50 hours with no leaving the house,
and they had
or looking out a window.
And there were cars outside in front. And you have a feeling that an intoxicant was involved, and your brother, and this is not.
It was 39 degrees that night. I know, Debbie. That's why I want to make sure that that's the one for the PI. It could be that says sub-zero like temperatures. That part didn't make sense to me, but maybe maybe it is the one. I want to make sure that that's the one before I start sharing it. Period. And I already asked Adriana too. I seen somebody say that. I asked her. I'm waiting on the answer.
Judgment thing. I don't care how he liked to spend his free time. It's not what this is about. You believe that the answer here lies in something that your brother didn't know he was taking.
Yes, absolutely. I don't even speculate on what my brother has or has not done in the past, because that wouldn't be
Absolutely.
firsthand knowledge of mine either. I just know that my brother
And we'll help him do it too.
was a good man. He loved his daughters to death. He absolutely had future plans to be a father to them for the rest of their lives, and he would not jeopardize that. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Okay, so that was the new video that came out with the brother, and then this was another one.
How did they die in
Let's
plain
watch this.
sight? And
I'm about to open up the line, so get your notes, get everything ready. Make sure you're prepared. 219-885-9693. After this 3-minute video that we're about to watch, a new video.
why were those
I wanna
3
talk with you
Kansas
guys.
City Chief fans left in the cold for so long?
going on, Twin?
A
Welcome to the
mystery
stream.
for nearly 3 weeks, and we still really don't have answers. It started as friends meeting up to watch a Kansas City game. A chaotic 2 days later, the men were found dead in a snowy backyard. So now the friend who hosted the party is lawyering up, and a girlfriend of one of the victims tells News Nation she thinks they were murdered. To keep it all straight for us, we have correspondent Alex Capriello live in Kansas City. Alex, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hey there, Elizabeth. This right here behind me is the home where those 3 men's bodies were found. But I actually want to direct your attention over here. You see that gate? That's what leads to the backyard. And that's where police actually made that shocking discovery. I say shocking because that's what people here in the neighborhood tell me. This is a low crime, very safe community. But the person who actually lives here, Jordan Willis, the center of so much speculation, was not well known among the people who walk these streets each and every day.
3 families remain distraught over the sudden and unexpected deaths of their loved ones. David Harrington, Clayton McGeeney, and Ricky Johnson, found dead in their friend's Kansas City backyard. The grandmother of David Harrington telling News Nation exclusively that the family hasn't heard much from police since their bodies were discovered nearly 3 weeks ago. I would like to know that someone is really working on this case, Grandma Marilyn Wingate said. I don't see how it could have been an accident. There are too many holes that are not filled in. Too many questions. On Monday, knocks at the door where the 3 men died went unanswered. Police say a friend, Jordan Willis, had been renting out the property. His attorney claims he fell asleep after saying goodbye to his friends and remained unaware their bodies were laying outside his home for 2 full days. Willis's lawyer says the young man is heartbroken over his friend's deaths. Investigators say they don't suspect murder.
I'm verifying it right now. Mrs. Think Twice. I'm waiting for the verification right now.
Or see any signs of foul play.
We have 3 guys. We have 6 children that don't have a dad. We have families. We have friends. And we're all hurting.
On Friday, in an exclusive interview with News Nation's Chris Cuomo, Lori Cruz, mother to David Harrington's kids, says she suspects there's more to this story than what police are letting on.
David was murdered. Whether it's a drug or it has to be for 3 men to be dead. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense to have 3 men dead, laying in the yard, and him asleep for 48 hours.
Yeah, and we reached out to the Kansas City Police Department. They're not really revealing much more than what they originally did about the cause of death. Remember, no foul play, no signs of murder. What we're really waiting on at this point is toxicology reports, and that could take several weeks. Speaking to the family of David Harrington, they say that's really the main piece that they want to see before speaking anymore.
Boy, what a devastating story.
Yeah, this it's absolutely insane. I'm gonna open up the lines right now. 219-885-9693. Wired. This is crazy. Now I'm trying to let me click this one again, right? Making sure that this is the one right here. Before I share this again. P. Johnson PI. So that's the one that I see, right? There's 2 of them, right? There's 2 of these GoFundMe's. There's one for funeral expenses, and there's another one for a PI. Right here, it says Rick Johnson. And this is how his dad actually types, so it makes sense because I was reading his dad's screenshots. And as I read, let me look at words of support, right? Just to make sure. 8 minutes ago, I see Gracie. There's people, there's definitely going. It has 11 so far. Okay, there we go. 260, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV.
How you doing tonight, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
My question is, what is Jordan's excuse saying goodbye to the guys, but yet he still had their keys, phones, wallets, coats? How does he explain that?
Yeah, I don't know. How do you
Where were they
explain
supposed
that?
to go?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
coats in the
where were
house. You're
they
not
supposed to
noticing
go?
your friend's coats there. I mean, maybe he left it behind, but who knows?
Right. He's got all that stuff and yet didn't know. And where did he expect him to go to without keys, wallets, coats, phones? Doesn't make no sense.
I mean, we know that
Sounds like
Ricky
the police
Johnson
are
was
pretty
found without
corrupt,
his coat, so
right? Sounds like some corruption on the police departments.
So you think it's some type of corruption on the police department? You said?
I think so. To immediately say no foul play, but yet there's all these signs.
It just doesn't add up.
No, it don't.
At least what stands out there now doesn't add up to me because the police haven't told the families anything. They haven't said, "Hey, we found drugs on your boys." You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Nothing like that. They didn't.
Exactly.
I don't know why, but for them to say 100% not a homicide, you could at least tell the families what you think was the cause of their death. But they can't do that without tox. I get that. But in general, if you
Right.
did find drugs on them, and you're speculating that, then you could at least tell them that you're speculating that.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Okay, well, I just wanted to know what your thought was on him having everything and wondering what Jordan has to say about that.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard no answers about that yet.
Can't wait for it to all come out. I hope they get justice.
I hope they do too. I hope they do too. We'll day by day. I'm waiting to see if this other, because there's 2 fundraisers for Ricky Johnson, right? I'm seeing one for the funeral expenses, and then I'm seeing another for the PI. This one specifically says that it's for the funeral expenses. It doesn't say that it's for the PI. There is another one that I think was made by Rick Johnson, but I want to make sure.
Right. There could be people out there trying to scam.
Absolutely, 100%.
Perfect opportunity for them.
That's why I want to make sure that this one's it. Because there is another one, but that other one only says funeral expenses. It doesn't say what this one says. PI and lawyer fees. Now, I do have screenshots of Rick Johnson saying that he was going to open one. Let me find it. I do have screenshots of Ricky Johnson's father saying he's hiring a PI. Rick Johnson was my son, and I love him so much. What did Guy did is awful, and I'll never forgive him, and I will see him and see if he can stand outside. My heart is broken. Ricky Johnson, the father of, or Ricky Johnson Sr., right? He says that.
Right.
And then I'm trying to find the one, but I have a lawyer going to keep me informed of the court date. I don't know if what they have up, this one I'm looking at now on the GoFundMe, it says family of Ricky Johnson, PI and lawyer fees. I want to make sure that that's to the family before I start sharing this link.
Is it on Ricky's page?
Let me see. I don't see it on there, but I'm gonna go look right now again.
Because I would think if it was legit, it would be on their page.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Actually, I'm glad you said that. Thank you for saying that. I'm going to look right now. I'm going to look right now, as you said. Let's see. Is that him right there? I can't tell if that's yeah, it is him. Okay, so I found his dad. I'm gonna see if he's sharing that on the page, but it's not showing me. It's not showing me that he shared that.
Yeah, if it doesn't show, I don't think I would share it.
It doesn't show, but you gotta be friends with him too to see his timeline. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, it's not public.
Yeah, it's not public. You can't see his timeline.
Oh.
In case you're friends with him.
No, I don't know them. I'm from Indiana.
Yeah, no. Let's see. Ricky Johnson on this one. The guy's name was Jordan that did this. Everybody needs to know that he was just walking around drinking when they arrested him. Sorry, son of a bitch. He says arrested him. You know that, like on this one, he says arrested him. He says that they arrested him. I wonder if he means when they took him down for questioning. Did he think that was being arrested?
Detained him, maybe.
Right. That's what I'm wondering about this screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your final thoughts before I
Unless
move on
they're
to another
just
caller?
waiting to, huh?
I said, what's your final thoughts before I move on to the next caller?
Unless the police are just waiting to bring everything out because they don't want to ruin their case they have built up against him. They don't want anything leaking is the only thing I can think of.
Absolutely. Well,
Too
my
many
thing is
cases
this.
have been getting messed up because of that.
Yeah. If that's their GoFundMe for the PI, I want to share that link around.
Right.
But before I do it, I definitely want I definitely want to make sure that that's that, so people aren't just donating to that link and it be somebody trying to scam or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I want to make
Right.
sure. I messaged Adriana. I'm waiting to get. Hold up. The family said that Jordan had the belongings. Yes, exactly. The family did. I did read that too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community.
Okay, well,
Make sure
thank
you
you.
lock your
You have a
doors.
good night. Yes, most definitely. Have a good night. Thank
God
you.
bless you, ma'am. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I want to verify that this is the real GoFundMe for Ricky Johnson. Before we start, I want to verify that. So I'm still waiting for some type of verification on that. 831, what's going on? You're live.
What's up, T-REV? Mab Investigates here.
What's going on, Mab?
This case bothers me on so many levels.
For sure.
It's crazy.
I want to see if this is their PI link. I'm still waiting to see.
Oh, you're verifying those two GoFundMes?
Yeah. Well, the one, I know the one's real, but the other one for the PI, I want to make sure 100%.
Yeah, because there's a lot of scammers out there.
For sure.
So, you see, Jordan says through his lawyer, I don't know how many times he changed the story now, but he saw him out the front door. And so these guys jumped the fence and decided to end up in his backyard, and one of them goes in the back porch and gets into the lawn chair after they saw him at the front door. That don't make no sense.
Okay.
And as a detective, you know, I'm a detective, right? I see people die. I see drug overdoses. I see it all. I go in and get a call, you know, I find one guy dead in the back porch, you know, frozen. And I see, I look up, there's a couple other guys out here dead. That's three. Wonder what's going on. It's got to be something more than meets the eye. And for them to say there's no indication of foul play is a fucking stupid statement. Because until you do an investigation, you can't make a statement like that, especially if you're a detective.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
The wallets and the keys. Do you take your wallet out?
Nope.
When you go to your buddy's house to watch football?
Absolutely not taking my wallet out. Nope.
You're not giving him your keys to your
If
car.
I did, or say I did take my wallet out, right? Say I did go into my friends and took my wallet out. It's probably in the glove box. If I did take my wallet out,
it's in the glove box of your car.
Exactly. It's not on my person. It's definitely, I'm not leaving it in your counter laying anywhere. It's going to be somewhere I know where it's at.
Because it's so thick, you can't sit on it. It's too uncomfortable.
Exactly.
Get you so damn rich. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What do you
think happened here, man?
I think they died of a toxin, all three of them. I think Jordan might have taken the same thing, and the only reason he didn't die is because he was inside the house and not outside the house.
Yeah.
you know, they all could have nodded off after whatever they did, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Now, the unknowingly part is lower on my percentage roster than the unknowing. What did I just say? The knowing part is higher percentage than the unknowing part, in my opinion. I don't see this guy just spiking his 3 buddies after the game and, you know, for fun. Let's see how long it takes him to freeze. It don't make sense. And Jordan's lawyer, you know, needs a lawyer because he can't get his shit straight. And that's what I got to say about that case. And the families, you know, geez. And to not have the police interacting with families at all, not one iota, not one bit, not opening their mouths on anything, they better have a damn good case, and that's why they're doing it. Because this is just going to keep blowing up until somebody got some explaining to do. Yeah, and I think
a lot of people
you know,
speculate that he was on the same type, like he was on the same type of drug as them, so he ended up folded up for 2 days. But what about Alex,
right?
allegedly? Was Alex over there? Was Alex doing the same
Well,
thing?
he could have
Was
been
separate? What happened? Allegedly, I don't know none of that, but
you know, 4th and 5th guy could have been the plug, right? Could have been the dealer. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's. I mean, it's wild.
They dropped it off, you know. That's kind of what I see going on based on my experience partying, you know, as a younger man and doing, you know, a lot. So toxicology needs to come back. 8 weeks. I thought it was 2 weeks last week. I was thinking in the next 5 days.
Hell no, they did say that, but they're not. They're not. You got to stick to the regular 8 to 12, right? And right now I think we're at 4 to 6. So it's like you got to wait between those days.
You know what they should have asked for is that federal help with the FBI, because obviously these team of detectives, in my opinion, aren't following, you know, high-end forensic protocol in a case like this. That was a crime scene. Even if they died of an OD, let's say, that's a crime scene because it's in somebody's backyard.
Right.
You know, and the crime of not reporting death, that's a crime. And if he moved one of them, that's abuse of a corpse. I mean, there's charges there. They could have him, legally could have him in, and they probably should have been, in my opinion. But what do I know?
Yeah, we'll see, man. I appreciate you calling in, Matt. Thank you for being a voice in the community, brother. Thank you for your theories and opinions. We'll see how this plays out. We'll see how it plays out. I'm curious myself to, you know, what's all the hold up for? If there was drugs on any of them, why didn't they tell any of the family members up till now?
And if they were smoking a J or something in his waist, where's the roach? You know, it's got to be there, right?
Exactly. Paraphernalia of some
I
sort.
see these guys going in there and not even looking. This is the kind of guys I see out there. For some reason, I see people that aren't got real attention to detail.
We'll see how this shit plays out, brother. We'll see how it plays out. I appreciate you calling
All
in,
right,
brother. Thank you
brother.
for being a voice in the community. I hope you have a blessed night, man.
You take care and God bless.
You too, brother. I appreciate him. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts and opinions and theories on this case? It is weird as that to me. 601, what's going on? You're live.
Brother, hey, this is 601, the Mississippi list guy again. Hey, listen, what really is bothering me, and I keep going back to it, is they keep saying that she broke into the basement window, right? To get into the house, she broke in the basement window. Where is the basement windows? I've looked at all the pictures over and over and over, this way, that way, this way. There's no basement windows.
Yeah.
Where's the basement window?
I've looked also.
There's no basement windows, but they keep reporting that she broke in a basement window. I know there's a basement, But where's the
window?
Where's the hell are the basement windows that you broke into?
I don't know.
What also bothers me is, do they keep saying basement window and they actually mean that front window where the screen is off?
This basement window right here. I mean, that's a small ass window, ain't it? Look at this window I got up on the screen right now. This is a basement window.
Yes, right. But where is it? Where is it?
That little window right there.
Where I see it. I see it. But
I think it's on the side of the garage.
But it isn't outside. It isn't outside. It doesn't appear on any of the walls. There's a garage all on one side. The whole backyard doesn't have any windows whatsoever across there, except for the big windows, you know, like around the door and stuff like that in the back porch. Mm-hmm. And around the side, there was another reporter or something was taking a picture. That was the latest one that I saw on the gate side, but the opposite side of the house. Not the driveway and the garage side, but the opposite side, where the kind of like where the door is and the porch is on that side. There's no basement windows. There's no basement windows. So that's bothering me as well. So usually a stairway follows a stairway. So when you first come in the door, the stairway goes upstairs, right? Mm-hmm. So if you were to walk around the other side of that, you'd see the stairway going downstairs into the basement. So that's what I'm figuring. So you come up this way.
His dad spoke out. But the article, Jordan's dad spoke with the article. They went, knocked at the door, and the dad said, "Fuck off," or something like that. I'm serious. Now,
well, I don't know. Anyway. But okay. So if you were, you know, I can see where you would not see that table where he was supposed to be found right outside the back door on the patio or the back porch, whatever we're calling there. I can see where you wouldn't see him sitting there because the fence goes all the way around the backyard. Okay.
Right.
But if you walked up to that gate and just, you know, stepped over and looked over, you would see the whole backyard and see two people there. I would imagine you would. Anyways, but there's no windows on that side. There's no basement windows across the front of the house. There's no basement windows on the garage side. So where the hell is this basement window she broke into? I don't know.
I'm trying to see if it's on this side, but I don't see it on this side either.
No, but if she would have, that's what are you showing me? Backyard here?
No, I'm looking at the backyard side where I thought the two windows were on the right, but I was absolutely wrong. Like these,
right? That's the front of the house, and the garage is on the right. But the screen was missing on the two windows that are in the front, and you would go through that, you would be in the garage, really, wouldn't you?
Right.
If you went through that window, you'd be in the garage. And if you came up around this side of the left side of the house, you would be at the backyard. I don't know if there's a gate over there or not, but there's a fence there.
I can't tell what's outside this window either.
Yeah, I mean, you know. So, and is what we're looking at, is this someone else or is this exactly what's in the house now?
Right.
That's not what's in the house now, right?
No, not that. This was from 2021. This is a furnished. Right. This is a furnished picture, but these are the newest ones that I could find, and this is from 3 years ago.
I got
you. Know what I mean?
Right. So, yeah. Of all the windows to break into, the basement window right there, really? Okay.
It is.
All right. And then the other thing I had was there was a picture too where it looked like he had already moved out, and across the grass you see where he like drug his garbage can or some garbage across a wagon or something through the grass to the road. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's where all the evidence is in that garbage can. That's not there anymore. It's gone. The evidence was gone. It was gone that day after, and they never didn't look at nothing. Like I keep saying, man, there's something up with the cops. They're covering something up.
Who's saying that Jordan's being arrested right now? Who's saying that?
Yeah, somebody that don't know nothing.
Who said they're being arrested? I'm trying to find out where's the sources at. Let's talk about being arrested
breaking
right
news.
Now.
Yeah, there'd be breaking news right now on all the channels.
I'm waiting.
All right, brother.
We'll see.
I don't want to hold up any more of your
you're
time.
Good, brother. You're good.
But,
I wanted to see what you were talking about when it came to the basement, because I'm with you on that. I've been saying, what if it's this window?
Where? Yeah, well, you're not going to figure it out from the inside unless you can see something outside. But from what I'm looking at, I don't know if that's a house on the other side of that block of wood or whatever that stuff up there in the corner. I don't know.
It's cat. Okay.
But the roof of a house or something. But there's no windows on the back of the house. There's no windows on the side of the house where the garage is. There's no windows across the front of the house. And there's no windows on the other side. So I don't know where this basement window, and I don't know why you'd walk all the way around over there anyway, to the left side of the house, to break in a basement window, because by that time, they show a picture from the neighbor's house where the fence goes around the left side of the house. That fence doesn't go all the way down. You can stand in the neighbor to the left house backyard. In fact, that's where I think they took that picture from, and showed the back of the house. So if you would have just went around the left side of the neighbor's house, you could see in the backyard.
People love trolling.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just one of those, after, pounding on the door and being frantic for 2 days, why would you not just go the extra step and go around the neighbor's backyard to look in the backyard? I don't know.
Yeah, this whole
this whole thing just stinks. It doesn't make sense from no matter which way you looked at it. And all their phones and their wallets are inside. If they.
Well, I mean, what's your final thoughts right now, man? Somebody said they texted me a picture of the basement window, so I'll pull that up too.
Yeah, it stinks.
Okay.
Somebody show me a picture of the basement window that she broke into. Somebody ask her what window it was and where is it, so that we can mentally figure this out a little bit more. I don't know. All right, brother. I'm going to go. Thank you. You're really great.
Brother. God bless you for calling in. Thank you for your thoughts, theories, and everything. We'll see if we can find, the basement window. Find the basement. Shout out to you.
We'll talk to you, brother.
Shout out to good phone call, man. If you want to be part of the show, make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. We want to hear your thoughts, opinions, and theories. What's going on? 215, you're live. Talk to us.
Hi, Travis. Jamie.
How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
So, real quick, before I tell you what I think, yesterday there was a caller that called.
Hold up, let me put the timer on first. All right, go.
Oh, sorry.
Go. You're good.
Okay.
You're good.
There was somebody on yesterday that was on fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
That person, I just want them to know that there's free help all over the United States and that he should Google it, because every single person in the audience deserves to live. You're all worth it. Everybody has worth and value. So I really hope and pray that he goes and gets the help that he needs, him and his wife. Yeah. The other thing was, the lady called about Kensington. She's not lying. I could drive through Kensington on my way. On my way home tomorrow, I could drive through and show you pictures if you want.
Yeah, I've been through there to go to the Greyhound station.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I've been there a million times at K&A, but it really is bad. And just so everybody knows, I did something with drugs not me, but like in class. And long story short, I had on camera 3 in the background, and we watched somebody overdose and die. That never happened to me in 20 years. I was like mortified. I was like, of course this happened in my classroom, but it was crazy. So there is things that happen when you look on the camera. But real quick about this case, and then I'll hang up. Mm-hmm. With the Jordan guy or whatever, I really still think, I don't think there's a big conspiracy. I really think the guy that just called made a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. My thing is, if my fiance wasn't home by 2 a.m., I'd be out there looking for him. That's the only part that confuses me. I couldn't imagine waiting almost 2 days. I don't know. I guess that's neither here nor there, but I don't know. I think I would have went out earlier. And I still think that Jordan is scared because of his degrees. I have a lot of degrees, like, I'm about to get my doctorate. I wouldn't put myself on the line because that would really, maybe my friends would do something, but I wouldn't do it because I'd be afraid that if God forbid something was in it, I don't want to lose my licenses and all that. So I think Jordan was afraid. Whether he did it or not, I don't know. And the guys passed out. I mean, they passed out. They overdosed, I think. And I don't think they were drug addicts, which is why I think they died. I think if, like the guy said yesterday, if they would have had a little bit of tolerance, they might have been able to, the guy said he needs a lot more than that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's all.
That makes sense too. I mean, that definitely makes sense when I heard it.
Yep.
And
so
I really think about it, like if you were doing a drug and you develop a tolerance to it, maybe you didn't have as much as that dose that you led up to that took your life, but You know?
Well, I don't know if people know this either, but there's real research behind this. If you do drugs in your house, you get less high than if you do drugs at your friend's house. Your brain starts, I don't know if anybody's ever done cocaine, and your belly starts to like get butterflies. Like you don't have it yet, but you have butterflies. And then as you're getting it, your heart's already beating and you haven't touched it yet type thing. So our brain prepares us for that. And when people do drugs at home, their brain adapts to their home. So going to somebody's house, believe it or not, is enough to overdose someone. And people could look that up. It's real research. I could even send it to you so we could show everybody. But just there's no need to just go to the dispensary like we had before. You know?
Definitely go to the dispensary.
Yeah. But that's all I had to say.
That's it, Jordan. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Vona. Thank you for the kind words. And hopefully he's the guy that called in last night is in here and heard you. You know,
oh, I hope so. And everybody else, because I know you always have thousands of views, not just him and his wife, but there's other people that are listening to this right now that are addicted. You can get Suboxone. There's so many Suboxone clinics that will help you, and they won't make you feel like you're a loser. Like they'll take you in. You'll be very surprised at how welcoming they are, and they'll treat you with the dignity and respect that you deserve. And every one of you are worth it, no matter what. If I can make it, everyone on this call can make it.
Hold on, you got to say it again.
What part you want me to say?
Yeah, say what you just said again.
Okay, I don't know where to start.
Tell everybody like that you can go somewhere and get help and not feel like a fucking loser.
Oh, okay.
It's true.
All right.
I've been there.
That is the truth. So
I've been there. I lived it. I know what you're saying is true. Like I've really lived that shit. I went and made that choice to clean my life. You get what I'm saying?
That's good.
So I know what you're
saying.
I'm
so proud of you for that.
That's what I'm saying. Say it again for the people in the back that are dealing with this shit right now.
All right. The people in the back that are dealing with this, listen up to almost Dr. Vona. If you're out there, and I deal with mental illness, if you're out there and you're dealing with mental illness of any sort, and you're using drugs or alcohol as a substance to help you cope with or give you tools to get through life, they're obviously only temporary, and nobody ever gets higher than the first time. So they start chasing the high, and that's what it is. It's just a chase. Go to a clinic, look it up, Google it. Google free clinic for opioid addiction, and then put in your zip code, and you will get free clinics in your neighborhood that your state will pay for. So he said he didn't have insurance. It doesn't matter. There are free places that'll take him. And again, they'll bring you in and hug you, and like you'll feel like, you'll go in feeling like, oh my God, I feel like a loser. And then you'll get in there and be like, wow, I feel like these people like really care about me. And it makes you want to get help. So I think people are scared because they're afraid that they're going to get treated terribly like addicts or something. And that's not how we do it. We welcome people with open arms, and that's it. They need to go on Suboxone. And just so people know, he also said that a couple times he thugged it out and went through withdrawal. Just so everybody knows, Suboxone, and I don't know what you said last night. I haven't heard of that. But Suboxone and whatever you said, they're drugs that are marketed so that people never feel withdrawal. Your brain is literally tricked into thinking that you got the opiate. So you never go through withdrawal. So, and then that cleans your receptors, and then you could taper off of that without having withdrawal. Well, you still might have a little bit of withdrawal, but nothing like you would if you went full turkey.
Yeah. No.
You know what I mean? So there's shit out there. And people have to learn the tools.
Exactly.
To deal with life. Yeah. And it sucks. It's hard. It's not easy.
Well, Vona, I appreciate you calling in. That's really good info. People should hear that shit, especially people who are going through, doing street drugs, no matter what drug it is. It could be opiate down to amphetamines.
So that's why I said alcohol. I think people think that because alcohol is legal, that's good. And even just because it's legal or just because it's your prescription doesn't make it right. You know what I mean?
People die from actually withdrawing from alcohol.
Well, I was going to say alcohol and Xanax are the only two drugs that you can die through withdrawal. And that's because a lot of people don't know this, but Xanax is the solid form pretty much of alcohol. If you look at the chemical makeup, one is like the liquid, the other one's the solid. So a lot of times I'll know people that take Xanax and they'll be like, well, at least I'm not an alcoholic. Or like friends that drink and they're like, at least I don't eat Xannies. And I'm like, it's the same thing. One's solid, one's liquid. So I think people need to educate themselves.
Yeah, man. Alcohol
And
is
that's all I have
crazy.
to
I
say.
used to when I was young, I used to work and do construction, and the dude that I was my boss, he would walk to 7-Eleven every morning before we would get in the truck and go to work at 4 a.m. and buy 240 ounces, right? He'd get or what is it? The two big ass Budweisers, the biggest Budweisers that you could drink. He would go and grab 2 of them in a bag and drank them every morning. Like by 8 a.m. they were gone.
Because if he didn't, he would take.
He would drink 2 of those and buy like a 12-pack to a case of Natty Ice. He was drinking Natty Ice too all day long. That was his daily routine every day that I seen him.
I'm glad that you didn't like pick up that habit. My husband's a union iron worker in Philly, and I am so grateful that he's been an iron worker for 20 years and hasn't picked up the bad habits. Because you're right, on construction sites, there's shit everywhere.
Everywhere. Absolutely.
So there's shit everywhere. I think that's the whole thing, is that there's shit whether you're in high school or on a job site or at college or in a lab. Like, there's just shit everywhere. So just be careful, be vigilant. Don't be so careful that you're being afraid to go out.
Right.
You have to live life. We can't live in fear. But at the same time, just do your due diligence, pay attention, and that's it. And get your research. Like, read.
Thank you, Bona. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for sharing everything with people in general, because there may be some people in here that needed to hear that. So
yes, and Trev, if anybody wants to like contact you on the side, if they need my help, I will help somebody. I've already done it, just so people know. I've helped out 4 T-REV family members already. So if I could change one person's life, I feel like I did.
that's good. And if anybody does reach out to me looking for Vona, I will get you in contact.
Please.
Thank you, Vona. I appreciate you. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
I love you guys.
Love you too. Thank you for the kind words.
Right,
thank you for the love and light. Shout out to Dr. Will soon to be Dr. Vona. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Now with Jordan and Alex, what's going on here? What do you guys make of it? I know what I make of it. I've already shared what I make of it. But what do you make of it? You said, I know for a fact some have died from opiate withdrawal. It's not near as common as alcohol or benzo, but it's happened. Damn. Could this possibly be it? I'm looking at it. Yeah. Whoever texted that into me, that picture of if that place is it. 414, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hello. You there?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
All right. I just not turned to your channel and everything, and I heard about the 3 Chiefs fans. I text you too. I text your number. I don't know if you got it though.
I see there's hundreds of texts coming through. Let me I'm looking. You said you texted me? I'm not seeing it.
It was about a few minutes ago. I texted your number. I don't know if it got through or whatever.
It could be. Hold on, let's see.
Yeah,
I don't see your text.
Oh, okay. It probably didn't go through. But anyway, based on the way the guys died and everything.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure it was a conspiracy, and that's number 1. Number 2, most likely they've been poisoned. I think that's involved with the conspiracy that I'm speaking on too. And what happened to the other guy that was claiming he was asleep during the incident? What happened to him?
He moved out the house, so he picked up and left.
Oh, he's a primary suspect right there.
He picked up and left, I'm pretty sure right after. So I don't know what date exactly, but he definitely moved out and is gone from that location.
He's a primary. How come the cops ain't messing with him based on what happened? Have they been questioning them or anything?
I know that. Okay, so we do know this, right, from the article that I read, that Jordan let the police search the house the night that they came on Tuesday at 8:51 p.m. He let them search. He went down there without an attorney and was questioned or talked to police, at least that we know from what I've read, but nothing much after that.
It's something going on there. It's some because I heard somebody else said it might be a cover up. Yeah, them guys, and they all died at the same time. Them guys been poisoned and everything. Because I know they had to been drinks and food and everything there when they was watching the Chiefs games and stuff. So it seemed like to me that I would say that they've been poisoned, and there's definitely a conspiracy going on there. You know.
So you think that there was something concocted by the home, or not the homeowner, but the renter here in this case? That's what you're saying, allegedly.
Yeah. And that guy that left and everything, he's the main suspect. I would still say. I would say he's the main suspect, and the police got to get him, and they got to bring him in for questioning if they didn't already.
Yeah, they
You
did.
know,
They did bring him in.
they did.
We know that. We know
They
that
brought
he
him
went
in.
in
Oh yeah,
voluntarily.
yeah, voluntarily. Oh, okay. Because if they come up with any more clues, and if it connects to him, they're gonna definitely bring him back and everything. So, but as those three guys, the way it seemed like, that's the most bizarre incident that I've heard so far, especially of sports fans. You know, and like I said, I believe they were poisoned. I believe they were poisoned, and there's a conspiracy going on in that. You know, yeah, that's about it.
Man, this shit's crazy. This
Yeah,
whole
it really.
situation's crazy just for the families that aren't getting any answers. They're waiting on the top
Right.
reports to come back, but I can understand, like I really do understand why the families are mad, because they were all
Yeah.
found out back in the cold, and it's their bodies being frozen and having to be thawed out. Their bodies had to be thawed out for them to do the autopsy.
Oh,
That's how
yeah.
frozen they were.
Oh, okay then.
And
Yeah,
I
that's
read that.
crazy. Oh,
That's crazy,
yeah.
right?
You're right. And and then they were killed without any signs. There were no signs of struggling in the house or anything.
I
Or
didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about no signs of struggling or anything. But if there was those type of signs, it would be ruled foul play, right?
right. So they had to have been poisoned or something. Somebody had to slip them something. Yeah. Somebody had to slip them something. And like I said, that guy that got out, he was already questioned about. The cops probably let him go because they couldn't find any leads on him, enough leads on him. But if they do, they're gonna call him back. Yeah, they're gonna come back and look for him. And but those three fans, they had to have been poisoned. Yeah, if there were no signs of struggling or whatever, yeah, that's got to be the only explanation for why they're dead.
We'll see.
So
I mean, it would have to be something that they can find. That they got to
yeah.
be able to detect whatever. If there was something like you're talking about, they would need to be able to detect that. And somebody called in. Excuse me. Somebody called in last night and said that their father was a scientist or something, and was like that they could use things that won't be detected in an autopsy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They do got like chemicals that can't be detected and stuff. I heard about that one a few years ago.
So before I move on to the next caller, brother, what's your final thoughts on this one before you hear anything else? You think this is foul play?
It could be foul play, but if there were no signs of struggling and everything, I would say it's a conspiracy, and then it could be a cover up.
Yeah,
it could be a
like they were doing drugs or something, and somebody fell out, and they were like, "Damn, what do we do? We can't. There's three. They all three fell out. We got to clean this up." I mean, allegedly. Now I speculate that. I speculate negligence at the worst. I don't think. Personally, I don't think that nobody was targeted or murdered. Allegedly, this is just my thoughts. My thoughts are that they did a drug. Allegedly that night they were getting messed up or drinking. You're watching football, so if you drink, you're gonna have a drink when you're watching your football game, right? If something came into play, I speculate that they maybe cut up a line or whatever. It could be cut up a line. They could have took something. Regardless, they didn't all take it at the same time, but either way, they took it like seconds to minutes apart from each other, it all ended up out bad. I mean, that's the only thing that I speculate, but
Yeah, man. And then they didn't come back with the autopsy results,
no, no,
oh, they didn't.
no. We're waiting on the tox. We're waiting on the tox, the full tox.
They're waiting on the top. Oh, okay then. Yeah, that's the thing. That's going to really tell of how they got killed and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they did a little meth or something, and maybe because I heard the other callers mention that, and maybe they did that and everything. But um, something something is still being investigated. So I can't. I'm waiting for the autopsy results. Because I'm pretty sure they're going to find something in their body.
We're going to wait to see that. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. I look forward to hearing from you again when we find out some more information.
Oh, okay. Oh, you definitely will.
God bless you, brother.
All right. God bless.
Shout out to good phone call. 219-885-9693. Like I said, I speculate at the worst negligence, a cleanup, right? Oh my God, freaking. That's what I speculate. I don't think nobody was hurt here. At the worst, like I said, a cover up of, oh my God, our friend, what? All three fall out, not one, not two, but three. So, 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, Travis, Donna.
What's going on, Donna?
How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. You know the drill. What's your thoughts on this?
Right. Well, the more I've been watching this and reading and seeing what's been going on, I think they may have consumed something like in a drink versus smoking or doing lines or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they've been out, we don't know what they may have eaten, as far as food wise goes. And these guys a couple of them are pretty big dudes.
Right.
If they had eaten previously going to that guy's house or even at his house, say for instance they ingested something in a drink, including Jordan. I'm not going to rule him out of that because of the fact that if he did sleep as long as they're saying he may have slept, innocent before being proven guilty. Before guilty, it's like there's not 100% guarantee that he did anything. He could have ingested it, whatever it may have been too. But the more I hear what's going on and the evidence that they're people have been talking about,
right?
I just think they could have ingested something and it just hit them at different times. They may have gone back and say in the backyard just to shoot the shit, and one of them was smoking or whatever, and they started falling out, and the one made it back to the house but didn't make it all the way in the door. But that's the only thing I can think of, because to be honest with you, why would that third one be so far away from the others if they all went out together and did the same thing, say they were smoking a joint or something? They would have been congregated around each other, so why would he be so far away from them, even if it was 20 feet? That doesn't really make sense to me. And I was listening when you're talking about that basement door, or basement window.
I don't know.
I did the same thing as the gentleman that was talking earlier. I went and looked at the pictures. I know when I had a house that had a basement, they're showing a picture. In that one picture that you showed, it looks like there is a basement window somewhere, but that's a small window,
No, I think Cindy sent me a text with the actual picture, right? And it's actually really blurry, but I don't know why it's super blurry like this, but
right.
She has it circled as down here. It's hard. It's like blurry and hard for me to see right into this picture.
Okay.
I know Cindy.
Well, see, the thing is, the one thing that I did is, my understanding is she wasn't able to get into the backyard at all from the front of the house. So this has got to be located somewhere in the front of or the side of the house, where maybe on the left-hand side of the house when you're facing the house where you can't see it from the street. But it's just kind of odd that they only has one basement window. It's kind of odd to me, but
I don't know. I see a curtain to my right here. Is this a curtain covering the window?
I think that looks more like maybe a utility or something, or maybe a water heater or something that's covered up. I don't know, because I mean that's on an inside wall, I would think.
Because I got this.
I don't know.
This is the one that I know Cindy texted over to me, and this right
Yeah.
here looks like it could possibly be
Right.
it.
I can see that. I mean, I can see that it makes sense that would be it. It's kind of concealed, so you can't really see it from the street probably. Because that's probably an air conditioning unit. And that's on the side of the house.
Exactly.
It looks like. Okay, because that makes sense now because there's no way I heard someone say a couple days ago that, she went in the backyard and screamed and saw the guy sitting against the wall or whatever. She never made it into the backyard. She made it to the door and looked outside, but she didn't make it. She didn't actually go through the gate.
She's freaked the fuck out.
But I hate to say give Jordan the benefit of the doubt, but we don't know. If the thing that looks bad for him is the way he came out of that bedroom, if he was actually drinking alcohol or he just had an empty glass. I've heard both stories. But, noise canceling earphones and a fan makes sense why he didn't hear anything. But at the same time, say they did ingest something through a drink versus an actual smoking or wetaver.
Mm-hmm.
They could have all four ingested it and all four metabolized it different to where it hit the three. Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
It looks like a basement, or I mean, that looks like air conditioned units right out those two little windows right there.
Well, you can see that brick. It's almost like that brick wall that it showed, like where it was behind that little brick wall.
Mm-hmm.
That looks just like it, and yeah, she could have gotten through there. From far away, it looked really small, but it's not as small as it looks.
Mm-hmm. Layout list.
I don't know. Well, I just, I did hear something yesterday or last night that they're trying to get some kind of search warrant to search the house again. Did you hear anything about that?
Search what house again? He's gone.
It doesn't matter if he's gone. I mean, they want to get back in the house.
I have not heard that anywhere.
No, I did.
Absolutely.
I did hear that. I did hear that last night.
Mm-mm. He already let him in to search, and he's already moved. So, I mean, if you go ahead, get a hold of the owner, I'm pretty sure they'll let you right back in there if nobody's rented it already.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, he's only, from my understanding, he was only in there 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't live there very long. And I don't know. It just seems, I mean, it's been since so we're looking at almost we haven't even really gone a month yet. So you're looking, it could be another month. It could be another month before we actually get to toxicology. If
Exactly.
you're going by 8 weeks.
It may be.
Jeez.
It may be.
I was sitting there thinking it was going to be any time now. I've been kind of keeping a watch. But yeah, it could be another month before we hear anything. It's crazy. And I feel sorry for the families on that because, we're like trying to, just hold on and listen to, anything we can find. I can just imagine them. And, it's funny too is when going to the Idaho 4 case,
mm-hmm.
Remember in the very beginning when the police said, oh, there's no worries, you don't have to worry about anything, everybody's safe, whatever,
Right, yeah.
That kind of reminds me of this. It's 100%, it's like right in the beginning, I don't know why they do that, because it's like a false sense of security.
You said
You
this.
know, you don't.
You said this reminds you of Brian Kohlberger.
Well, it reminded me of when the police officer said, you know, there's nothing to worry about in the community. The community's safe. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Yeah, no, I
and
get
then
it.
this is like, it's like they jumped the gun. It's like, oh, 100%. This is not a homicide. This is, you know, 100%. There's no foul play here. How the hell do you know that? And look, you know, everybody had to pedal backwards on the Brian Kohlberg case because he opened his mouth too quick to try to you know, soothe people's worries. You know, this guy, it just, you know, I'm not saying it reminds me of the case. It just reminds me of how quick they are to make those comments that are so misleading and you know, to people in the community, just to try to settle nerves. That's crap. This guy could have done something.
What's your final thoughts before I move on to the next caller?
Only thing is just I just believe that it could have been something ingested, like a drink. And you know, I just pray for the families. Be careful with those what are they called, those fundraisers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
Adriana already
one,
said the real. It's real. So
even the burial one.
Yes, both of them are. But yeah, they're both theirs. I made sure.
Okay, because I thought to be buried, you have to pay it
told me
all
that
up
like
front.
30 minutes ago.
Okay, good. I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, both of those are legit.
You be blessed.
But
and Rep Game Pam, I love you, and you know, you take care of yourself.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you soon.
Nice talking to you. Nice hearing from you.
All right, you too.
We'll see what comes with
All
this
right.
one. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to expect. Like, for me, this is just my thoughts. I think that at worst, there was negligence at worst. I don't think that, I mean, and I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong, but I'm just saying my thoughts. I think that at worst, it was a little cover up on an overdose, allegedly. I don't know this to be true. If you have law enforcement, it's not true. I have no proof of that. I'm just saying, in my opinion, allegedly, at worst, negligence.
Right.
Just my thoughts. But
I got you.
John, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and theories with us. I hope you have a blessed night. Make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed. Thank you.
You take care.
You too. On a good phone call. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you. It's an overdose theory. The bodies are still with me. What? 507 sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Hi. I just started watching. My name is Mama Jess on your screen. You've seen me probably commenting.
Yes, ma'am.
As a devil's advocate, I know I see people on here stating, you know, who's sticking up for this guy. First off, my husband's an addict. My brother's an addict. So I know addiction personally. The other thing is, it is an illness, for one. But I want to reach back to, if he was a responsible person, I don't know if there was a fire pit in the backyard or not. But when I hosted my Vikings games, I'm a Vikings fan. I'm from Minnesota originally, moved to Missouri recently. I would take everybody's keys in that, unless they told me they had a safe ride home. And those that didn't were supposed to stay overnight. And I would find that, you know, some people would walk home or they would get a ride. But I always checked in the morning who was at my house, whose vehicles were out front. And if somebody wasn't accounted for, I was checking my property immediately, being that we live in a very cold climate area, being from Minnesota. So there's a lot of things that I don't think add up. But whether it was an overdose or not, I can see him taking the keys and wallets and that, and just not doing due diligence in the morning, going, hey, their vehicles are still here. Where are they? But coming from dealing with people with addictions, they may have stayed there because they were drinking during the game. And these three individuals decided to go outside, and he went to bed. And they partook outside at a fireplace or whatever the case may be, decided to have a cigarette afterwards and dropped dead outside. Either way, it's a very sad case. I can't wait for the toxicology, really.
And hopefully that has all the answers in there.
So,
but I'm thinking that it's not going to be. I'm thinking everything is not going to be, and it's still. I don't know. That's just the feeling I'm getting, but hopefully I'm wrong with that.
Well, there are a lot of drugs from that out there that aren't in the toxicology screens, and it's very possible that they were drugged from something they drank or ate. Who knows if it was a party game? But I want to say, coming from someone that hosted, and I hear a lot of people on here going, okay, it's his fault. It's his fault. He had to have done something. And not necessarily. They could have gone and done something after he went to bed. And he just didn't do due diligence in the morning like I would have.
Oh, so the brother is demanding that the cops say how they were found now. Because, I mean, he's pissed. I was just reading an article on it.
Well, as far as how they're found in that, I'm still trying to catch up on a lot of it.
All right,
like
so
I
I'm reading something new that just came out, right? As I was talking to you and listening to what you're saying, brother of one of the three Chiefs fans found dead in HIB scientist yard, claims no one was found in claims one was found in a lawn chair on the back porch and not lying down, as he demands cops to reveal how they died.
Like I said, was there a fire pit in the backyard? Did they go out after the game to enjoy a fire pit and they were too drunk and fell asleep, and the others were messing around while the other one was sitting in the chair and they all fell over? There's several different scenarios that could have happened. And this guy that did host may have had nothing to do with it. He just didn't do the due diligence when he got up in the morning to check for cars, check for people, look for the wallets and the keys that he confiscated for safety reasons. There's all kinds of different reasons as to why. Right. But if it was one of my family members, pardon my language, but you're damn right, I'd be on the cops going, what happened? But the other thing I got is, why did the family start looking the next day unless they were supposed to stay overnight?
From what I was able to gather, they had to find out where they were to even first get over there. So allegedly it took, I don't know how long it took them to find out that they were at this specific location, but I did see Ricky Johnson's father say, hey, we had to figure out where they were.
Yeah, I could understand that confusion, but somebody knew that they were going to some kind of viewing party.
The fifth person
had to have known.
The fifth person knew. The fifth person knew that they were at that house. So if anybody contacted the fifth person, he would be able to say, hey, yeah, we were over at Jordan's, allegedly.
I'm saying the family members had to have known they were going out and doing something. They don't just leave the home.
You got to think about it. I think about it. Not everybody knows where I'm going when I go somewhere.
So okay, well, that's just coming from a parent's point. I've got children. If I'm going to leave the home for any amount of time, I tell my husband, hey, I'm going to my friends. We're going to go do this. So somebody, where's that information? Who told their significant others or the mothers of the children where they were going to be?
Yeah, that's a good point. Who knows? I haven't seen anything about that, but
I know I personally, as a mom, I tell my family, hey, I may not be back tonight. We're going to do this.
I mean, we do got to take in consideration they're 36, 37, 38. Not everybody's in, full contact with their family like that. So it's not like, some people call and tell everybody, well, I'm going over here tonight. I'm going over here tonight. Not everybody does that. So
But
we
if
have to
they're
take that
living with
into
their
factor too, because
children,
some people are closer to their family than others, right?
yeah.
And it's just that way. It just is what it is. So
Yeah,
I
but like I
understand
said,
that
if
part too.
they were fathers,
Mm-hmm.
you would think if they were with the mothers, I don't know if they were with the mothers, they were married. I haven't done that research yet.
Yes.
But if they were with their baby mamas, wives, girlfriends that had the children, whatever the case is, if they were living with them, they would have said, hey, I'm going over to a friend's place to watch the game.
She had location on their phone.
Me, if my husband didn't tell me he wasn't coming home, I would have started searching that night. Not the next morning.
Yeah. Well, we don't know, Maybe they thought they stayed the night or whoever, but then the next day nobody showed up to work. So, I mean, of course, and I'm going based off of Ricky Johnson saying, yeah, my son was supposed to come to his construction job, or, he works at my construction company. He didn't come to work. So, that's when they started searching or trying to find out at least where he's at. Where is he?
That's just like the Savannah Soto case. Nobody heard from them, and she was supposed to be induced. Later found out they were dead. Which is a very sad, tragic story as well. But like I said, somebody had to have known outside of this fifth person as a parent or a significant other that they were going to watch a game at so-and-so's house.
I gotta agree with that. I gotta agree with what you're saying on the part as a sense as a significant other. You have a fiance. That means that you guys stay in close contact, or at least talk to each other every day, because that's your fiance. You live together, right? So it's like, yeah, I get that part. That definitely does make sense. It's a good point. Did the fiance know that they were going to end up at Jordan's, or did they end up going out and traveling to these different places and just ended up back at Jordan's? Allegedly.
And if that's the case, if they were so-called bar hopping or something, could someone have done it there at the bar? Not this guy. Someone slipped something into their drinks thinking it'd be funny.
That's some wild shit.
I've been drugged at a bar. And it's actually easy to do if you're not going to keep track of your drink.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to come out to this story, and I just can't wait.
So you think that there's a lot more to come out. So what's your final thoughts for tonight, right now, as we sit, before I move on to the next caller?
My final thoughts are, what was in their system, and why did the family not go looking before the next morning? There are 3 different families involved in this, all with children. So, tragic, but the simple fact is somebody else has got to know something they're not saying.
Yeah. Somebody does. I feel the same way. Somebody's got to know something.
Oh, my God. Thanks for taking me, and I very much enjoy your channel.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for having a voice in the community. It is hard for some people to call up and share their thoughts. I appreciate you having the audacity and courage to do that. Thank you so much. I look forward to
Believe it or not, you're my first.
Your first?
Believe it or not, you're my first time calling into anybody's show.
Wow. Awesome. I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough to call up and share your thoughts. Thank you so much for that. And I do look forward to hearing from you again. You said your name is what again? Monique?
Jessica. I go by Mama Jess.
Okay, so you go by Mama Jess in chat?
Yep.
Okay, I'll be looking for you. Thank you so much for calling in. Make sure you lock your doors, stay vigilant, and like you said, I'm looking forward to see what comes out of this case.
You and me both. Have a good night.
You too, man. Thank you so much. A good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Also, hold up. Well, 425, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, so do we know where this guy worked?
Do we know where he works?
Yeah.
The IAVI lab, as far, from home. That's what we heard.
Okay, so this is Bullish in Seattle.
What's going on, Bullish? Nice to hear from you, brother.
Hey, so we have Fred Hutch here. We have Boeing. We have all kinds of places here.
Mm-hmm.
And if something major happened, those companies would try to minimize or shut it down. How do we know that's not what's happening there with his job?
Interesting. So it's
like word got out, like, hey, your guy was involved with 3 people dead in his yard, and they're like, whoa, we can't have this on us. We need to shut it down.
I know he works for the IAV. What is it? IAVI. It's HIV vaccines, shit like that. That's what I was reading up on, man. That's where he works at now. It's a nonprofit lab or some shit like that.
Right. So that's just been bothering me for a while. Like, I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, why is nobody talking about his work and that stuff? So, I mean, I could be far off, It's definitely foul play, in my opinion.
Oh my God!
But, yeah, I just wanted to call and ask that if that's been thought of, people thinking about that at all or anything. So,
no doubt. If you search IAVI in Google and type in his name, you'll go straight. It'll take you straight to that website, International AIDS Vaccine Initiative. That's what IAVI stands for.
Okay.
Who is the CEO of IAVI? Mark Feinberg. What? Mark Feinberg as the president CEO of IAVI, where he leads a global team working to advance the development of vaccines and other biomedical innovations to protect against infection with HIV, TB, and other infectious diseases that impact low-income countries.
Huh.
That's what he works.
And another thing. Okay. And another thing about that, the little window that everybody's talking about. So that beam that runs across the basement and then down the center of it. So that's going to be a support post. So basically it's going to be on the back side of either side of the house, like where the fence is right behind that. So it's going to be under the kitchen or somewhere like that. Because it looks like there's 1 or 2 rooms with those doors there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Which doors again? Hold on, let me see what you're saying. Let me look back.
So when you were looking at the
house,
the straight shot in the window, the little windows up, and you got 2 doors on the left, or 1 or 2 doors on the left, and then the curtain on the right side of the wall. Yeah. So you got the 1 door, 2 doors, and then that window straight ahead. So that beam that runs across, that's like a stabilizer beam and then comes down. So that's going to be on the back side of the house, is my guess.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Cindy sent in a picture of this. I don't know, and it's really blurry, so it's hard for me to see the 2 windows below. But it does look like that could be the location.
Right. Or is that the garage? Because that's a concrete floor.
Right. And it's got a little
and
pillar
they
coming
turn
to the damn house.
And they turn that garage into a room area.
Yeah, it's got a beam down there, so it's definitely underground.
Yeah. Right. So does anybody have pictures of an actual garage with the door open or showing a garage?
No, Besides this
may
one
be
picture right here, besides this one picture, let me show you. As far as the garage being shown, and good point that you brought up, let me find it. It's up here. It shows it from this one angle. Boom. So you see the garage on the side here, right? But this is the only picture you can see the garage in when it comes to it being on Redfin.
So they may have just furnished the garage and turned it into like a 2-bedroom. Because if you go through that, that could be one, and then the other garage door could be bedrooms now. Because if you look at that garage, right, and it goes back, you got a big old window. Who puts a big old window like that in their garage? It looks like they converted that into a bedroom or some kind of a room. Where that brick is on the lower part of the house.
Yeah, I'm looking from the angle over here, but I don't know. They have this whole entire section's like, can't even get up above. Let's see. Let's go down here and see if we can see the window on maps. It looks like it's being, maybe I can. Let me go down here a little bit.
I mean, do you normally put a 4-pane like window in your garage? Most people do.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not seeing that window on the side like Cindy was pointing out. I don't see a window there. I'm looking at it zoomed in crazy right now, and I don't see a window on the side like that. I really don't. Look at this shit. Look, I'm looking at the
It's
side.
not there.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
there.
it's not there. No, that's not there.
So we could definitely it's probably it may be in the backyard then, from what I'm seeing, because I don't see the small windows like I'm seeing in that basement on this picture. So let me go back to here.
Right.
I'm not seeing these 2 little windows right here. They said she broke in the basement. That's major to me. When you say basement, I'm thinking down here.
Right, right. Yeah. Interesting. Well, and is there a fire? I wish we had a different angle of that basement, because that the fireplace on the right side of the house, you would think there would be a fireplace at the bot in the basement as well. When you're looking at the street view,
Right.
because it goes all the way down to the ground, so you think it would be doubled up, one bottom, one top.
Yeah, I can't get up in that. Crazy. I don't know. Well, that's definitely not where where Cindy sent that shot. I don't see it. I don't see the 2 little windows.
But it could be behind that right side of the fence, maybe. I don't know.
Absolutely. For sure. Could be. Because it's over there. Here's a cut, like right here. It could be by the fence, like you said. But then again, I'm seeing the fence from here and I don't see it. I see a window there, no windows over to here. And when we go down one more punch, like right here, we can actually see in this little crevice. And I don't see no window there.
Yeah, and that was the angle that the window was on, was because they had that little like fake wall in the front.
Right. So I mean,
And
with
it was
everything that
behind
we
them.
have now, Bullish, what are you thinking before I move on to the next caller? You think this is foul play or an accident?
Oh, foul play.
Foul
Yeah,
play.
no accident. I think it's foul play somehow. Yeah, I'm all in on that. Like, I'm all in on Koberger's innocent.
Interesting.
Yep, I've always said it. You know.
Man, if you think Papa Rogers is innocent, that's crazy.
Remember, I came at you with the Papa Rogers stuff a long time ago.
I'm still on it. I still think it is. No,
he's definitely Papa Rogers. I think he's involved, but I don't think he did it. I think it was Brent Kopaka.
Oh wow, yeah, nah. I definitely don't think it was that guy, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I think when he left, Brent freaked out and felt like he was holding the bag and everything went down. But that's just my thoughts. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Right. Ain't no doubt, Bullish. Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. We'll see how
All
everything
right.
does play out with it, especially in this case and that case. We'll see. This doesn't even have, there's nobody. Everybody's been cleared pretty much from what I'm seeing by police. They're saying
Right.
Jordan cooperated. He didn't need an attorney to talk to the police whatsoever. The first night when they went there, or on Tuesday when they went there, he went down for questioning. He let them search the house. So that's what is throwing me through a loop, because I'm thinking, okay, well then did they possibly find drugs on these men in their pockets, and said, well, 100% not a homicide, definitely a death investigation, not a homicide, at most negligence.
My thing though is
We'll see how it plays
if
out, brother. I appreciate you calling in, my
wait,
man.
hold on.
Nah, we gotta
Real quick.
move on. I can't be giving, you know what I mean? We gotta keep
killing
it
me.
flowing. We gotta keep it
All right,
flowing.
all right.
I
All right.
appreciate you, brother.
Bye.
God bless. Hey, you can get back
Bye.
through again. Shout out to, Bullish in Seattle. I appreciate him. 219-885-9693. We got to be superior with our time. There's a lot of people trying to call in, and I want to get everybody through. I know you all have a lot to say, so I'm gonna keep it rolling. To you, Bullish. I appreciate you calling in, brother. 360, you're on the show.
Hi.
How you doing, man?
Good. It's Tina. I called you from last night. Now, what I wanted to say is when everybody
Can you mute the background for me?
Yes,
You'll
sorry.
be good to go.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is I'm agreeing with everybody, right? I'm
Yes,
not going to take no punches or none of that. Everything everybody's saying is good. But I think what we're missing are these men were grown men. So I was listening to why didn't this person go find this, and how come nobody was looking for them, and da 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 da. You know, I really don't think nobody expected for any of this to happen. You know what I'm saying? That was their homeboy or whoever's homeboy that they hung out with each other, and they hung out. So me as being a wife myself, I agree with the woman when she called and she said, I'm a first time caller. If my family goes out or my kids and they're grown, they don't even live in my house. If my husband goes somewhere and I'm not hearing from him but for a certain time, oh yes, sir, I'm all up on it. But some family members don't think like that. Some family members are like, they are grown and they can do what they want to do. Do you kind of agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, anything is possible, for real.
Yeah. So I just don't want to. I had to recamp a little bit. I just don't put it on Jordan or this person because they did injustice themselves.
And we also need to think in our head. Okay, so the police are saying that, I mean, he let them, take him downtown, search the house. So he felt as if he talked to him enough. Now, maybe they came back to ask another questions like, I want a lawyer. Who knows?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? But he did cooperate at the beginning, and we need to take that into consideration because they used that and said that it's 100% not a homicide and a death investigation. So they definitely got some information from Jordan about something.
Yeah, and then not only that, all the way around is messed up. Either way we look at it, this happened, right? And no one can change it. And I'm just wishing for the best. You know what I'm saying? For all of them, the friend, we all just got to keep them in our prayers because we're not in their situation. But I will say it is kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? It's weird to me. So, but I wanted to call in and just give my opinion. Thanks for answering my phone call. I'm going to get off this phone to somebody else and I can keep watching. But this is amazing. Keep up the good work because I like this kind of stuff anyways. But let's just keep all of them in their prayers. I think we just need to keep all of them, Jordan, the friend, all the family, and keep them all in their prayer and hope for the best.
Absolutely. They need to, my thing is like, damn, if y'all were friends like that, then why would you need to lawyer up? You would just huddle up with the family, let them know what happened. And, that's that. If y'all partied that night and something bad happened, just let it be known. Let them know the truth. And that's that.
And I think I'm not taking up for Jordan, but I think he's freaked out because if it came from what if it did come from Jordan or the friend dropped it off or it was fentanyl or whatever in it? Can he be charged for that? Because I really don't know about that.
That's a good question. I mean, if people are getting charged for, entertainers' deaths for selling them some type of shit, why shouldn't someone else get arrested for, selling people drugs that kill them, right? That's how I'm looking at it. If you're gonna treat celebrities like that, you should treat the people in the streets the same. The people who
Right.
are
You're
working,
right.
you know, regular job, you should treat them the exact same. If somebody gave them a drug that killed them, they should be punished for it. But I mean, it is what it is.
It is. And thank you for letting me call in. I will be calling in more, but this is so good. Thanks for inviting me up. And you have a blessed night. God bless you all that are watching. And I'm praying over all of you guys. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. You too, man. God bless you. Make sure you lock your doors too. If you want to call in and be part of the show, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Man, behavior and habits are a factor. If they party, then why would family panic? 801 was like, nah, I'm good. Never mind. 801, I'm here. 801, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, kid, Cindy.
What's going on, Cindy? You're live. 6 minutes. The
I'm
floor is
live.
yours.
I wanted to tell you guys about what you're seeing out the basement window with that metal thing out the window.
Mm-hmm.
And what that is a privacy or security gate thing. It goes around the outside of the window, and they're common. If you remember the watch,
Can you mute the background for me?
I was just doing that.
Please, because I know you know.
Yeah.
Hold on, I don't want to double hear my conversation.
Me neither.
You're good.
On the watch case, remember when the officer jumped down in there and tried to open the windows to
Yes, ma'am.
travel? Okay, that's what those things are around the window.
Mhm.
The window's deep, like into the ground, you know, almost. The barely little bit that's sticking up to make a small window with some light. But outside of the window is a half rounded metal gate thing that is probably 3 feet deep when you jump down in it and try to open the window down there. So that's what that metal is that people are talking about. What's that metal? It's like a fence or something right there, but those are pretty common. I don't know if they are where you guys live, but out west, they're pretty common. And so anyways, I wanted to say that. Then I had a question. The other caller just before me said that lab where Jordan works is maybe pretty powerful, and that it might shut down the conversation. I was wondering, like, how would they do that?
Right.
You know, control the police, the paper, the news, and everything that's going on. I'm sure they don't like the publicity. You know, anybody that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we hear that Jordan's no longer employed with them. Kind of like Anna Darko did the same day with Nicole Kessinger and Chris Wolf. They were no longer working there. But it just depends. And then I got another question. Is like, if my husband was going to a friend's house on Sunday afternoon to watch a game, and me and the kids all had to go to school and work tomorrow, I would probably just crash because I trust my husband and I know he's not fooling around or doing anything wrong. So I don't need to be worried about him if he's late coming home, if he decides to stay till 3, 4, or 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be out looking for him, you know?
Right.
But if I don't hear from him in the morning, at least by the time he's supposed to be to work and, you know, or home, because he took the kids to school, you know, in our family, because I worked earlier. But if he wasn't home to do those things, I would get scared and definitely be out searching Monday morning for what could have happened to him or where he went. And a lot of the remarks is that people didn't even know Jordan or where he lived. So it was really difficult for them to try to find their husbands. So I guess that's an advice for all of us. Make sure we have an address and a phone number and stuff like that when our loved ones go out. And I don't know, back to the talks. Everyone says, "Oh, I can't wait for the talks and all that." And like I was telling you, how long it takes.
Like Cindy, all right. So you were an officer before, right?
I worked for the police department. Yes.
You worked for the police department before, correct?
Yes, I did.
So if you go over to this location, you guys find 3 bodies at this location. There's a guy there. He comes to the door. He lets you guys search. You check these bodies. You empty their pockets. You find drugs in their pockets, or maybe one of them or 2 of them. What are you guys telling the family during this investigation time? Like right now, they're waiting for not investigation time. I'll say they're waiting.
I think that in our department, we were a pretty small police department, but the standard procedure is you don't talk about the case while it's an ongoing investigation. However, you do talk to the family and bring them in a little bit more on what you found, and that way, when you say, let's say we found marijuana in your husband's pocket, was he a everyday smoker, a weekend warrior, or what? And then we would get from her really how much pot they smoked, or it's kind of a gateway, I guess, into finding out a little bit more. We tell them a little bit more about what we're thinking or what we're pointing towards. But the family can give us back in those one-on-one conversations is critical, because they know him better than anyone else. They know his habits, his addictions, his opinion on drugs, his opinion on all of it, so you have a conversation, and in a conversation they gain some insights, and so does law enforcement. And I think it's just trying to it's not even like you can give them hope that this is going to be better, because their husbands are dead. It's such a horrific tragedy, and then to not know exactly why they are dead, and the police department is waiting for that talk screen to come back too, because like I said, they would have some initial information from the tissue, blood, urine, and what we can get out of the eyeballs. With that, we might have a little bit more knowledge as to if they even had drugs in their system and what that was, and then when you talk to the family, you can say, we have reason to believe he had barbiturates or speed or whatever, in his system, and find out more about that,
So before we move on to the next caller, what's your final thoughts with everything that you know now, before I move on to the next caller?
I think that we just need to be patient as far as the talk screen. And I heard you saying, what if we don't find out anything more from the talk screen? And that's my thing I've been wanting to say almost every day, is if we're not going straight to fentanyl as the reason, what other reasons could they be dead from?
Right.
What other possibilities are out there aside from fentanyl? So if we open up our thoughts and start thinking, how could they have really died? What truly happened to them, and if it wasn't fentanyl.
Right. And
And
we'll
so,
figure that out. We'll figure that out during the talks. And I appreciate you calling in, Cindy. Thank you for having a
yeah,
voice in the community. I have to move on to the next caller. Be fair for everybody. There's
I
a lot of
understand
people
that.
calling in. So thank you. I appreciate you calling in and giving us your
You
thoughts,
take care.
opinions, and theories. Always look forward to hearing from you, Cindy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God
Thank
bless you.
you.
Black people. Shout out to Cindy. I appreciate it. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. This shit, to me, again, at the worst, is negligence that I see. And that's just my opinion. But what's yours? 313, you're on with me. Talk to me. Can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yes. Let me. Hold on. Let me get out
I
of my
thought I was
room.
talking to myself. I'm like, what's going on?
No. I've been calling.
I'm glad you
Let me
got
go in my
it.
hallway. Okay, now I can talk. Listen, I've been watching this ever since it first started from day one,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's quite a few things that I do agree with. What some of the callers are saying. My first one is the fact
Can
that
you mute the background for me before you start? And now, because I can
you
hear
know
it.
what? I can go in another room.
Thank you so much, man. I'm sorry.
Because
I can hear it.
no, because I got you on my TV.
I want people
Okay,
to hear you. I want them to hear you when you're
okay,
yes, ma'am.
okay. My first thing is I've been hearing a whole lot about fentanyl and opioids and things of that nature. Okay, so that took me to there are other things where they could have been poisoned that are within the household. Like antifreeze, bleach mixed with other household things, cleaning things of that nature. The next one is that one caller said that how did they all get outside? Okay, and I'm thinking that whatever they ingested or whatever they ate, it took them outside. I'm thinking that two went outside first and passed out. And the second one, if I'm not mistaken, was in a chair. Okay. So maybe he came out, he was the last one to come out, and he sat down in the chair to, like they said, one caller said that, well, when you're inside, it's X, Y, and Z. When you go outside, everything changes and, your body temperature drops and all of that. Okay. And the third thing, or fourth or fifth or whatever, I was looking at when they were asking about the window that one of the fiancés went into. How did she get in? What window? And I've been studying that. Okay, yes, it is a garage that has been redone. And the reason I say that is because there's a lady that the news was talking to, and she had her garage door open. She has a 2-car garage door, 2 doors, one on each side, and one side was open. So when I looked at it, I said, okay, that's possible. That is correct, because in the basement are support beams. Okay, so we have to understand, when you're building a house, what do you start with first? You start with the foundation, right? There's the concrete. Then you put up the support beams and whatnot. I say that because my dad was a construction worker.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So and there are 2 doors, and I saw 3 chairs, 2 one on top of another, and another one looking like it might be a rocking chair or just a regular chair with some bags in it. Okay, now that window that everybody is talking about, I studied that even closer. Okay, everybody went past that. Okay, that window is right there up under where that air condition sits. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's right there. Like they said, you won't, if you're not looking for it, you won't find it. Okay, but so it's 2 those little half miniature brick walls on each side, on the right side and the left side of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now the one where the garage door, the 2 garage doors are, that's where that window sits, because if you look at it again, you see the air condition, right? So right up under that air condition is right there, and there's something else sitting on the side. So no, you wouldn't see it. Okay. You wouldn't see it because of that air condition sits there. You know that the air condition unit sits there. So in my mind, I'm thinking that air condition was put there so that that window would not be seen. You know, you wouldn't, you know, just say for instance, oh, walking down the street, I'm a burglar or something. Oh, and you're looking around for a window to break into.
Right.
You know, they're looking at, okay, let me see what's the best possible window I can break. You know, I can get into this house in. Which some thieves choose the basement window, some choose the back window, or whatever the case may be. So that air conditioner is what's covering up that window, because the bluer picture that you showed, it's blurry down there. Because remember, you said you couldn't see it.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
when you opened it up, you can. No, from the inside, you can see the air condition. You can see the air condition right there in front of the window. And when you went outside around to the back, you see the air condition sits right there. And from the inside, the air condition doesn't give off like a shadow or anything. You can see it. You can see it, and you can see it to recognize actually what it is.
I see what you're talking about. So you're saying that the shot that I pulled up from the basement with the two small windows, that's the air conditioner sit right and blocking that window.
Right. Because you remember the first one that you showed, one of your callers sent it to you, sent the picture to you.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And you said it was blurry, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
And
absolutely.
you look at that picture, and where she has the circle at, you see a hose down there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a hose down in there, but you don't see the window, right?
No, I don't see the window for sure.
Okay, that's my point. Now, when you took it on the outside, okay, when you took it out on the outside, when they was caller stated that, okay, it looks like two-car garage had been converted. It had been converted because you see the support beams and there's two doors there. Okay, so now my mind goes back to, okay, at one point in time you could drive. At one point in time they drove into the into the garage, and they could get out of their car and go inside the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And going and when they got ready to get in their vehicle, they came back the same way. They went back the same way that they came. So that's one door. The other door, I'm not for sure what it is. I'm just guessing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I can't say because it's such of a big mystery, and I've been so puzzled by this. I've been so puzzled. Drugs. I mean, in my family, yes, I have experienced. My family has experienced the drug thing and what have you. So there's a lot of possibilities, but for there not to be, and then something else I forgot. Okay, did they look for any tracks? Did they look for any, when I say tracks, I'm talking about foot tracks, footprints in the snow, anywhere, anything like, where's the dumpster at, number one, okay? When there's no dumpster was there, but he moved out. So what's not to say that he didn't take all that evidence with him?
There's footprints right there. When you're looking at the yard, I'm saying I could see like a track all the way to the back, which is probably where they took him out, or did they take him out to the driveway way when it comes to the house,
Okay. Now, where were the cars parked at? In the driveway or on the grass?
No. We know the cars from what we seen and what we read and went over here on the channel. We know the cars were on the side of the street. We do know that. We do know that Ricky Johnson didn't have a coat outside too. We do know that. But we don't know the rest about the details of the rest. Now, let me pause right here. Hold on. Let me go back on this because they said Ricky's. I want to say it was Jonathan Price that said one of the men had been found right here in this chair, the yawning. Whatever. Yeah. Right? So, and now he wants the rest of it to come out. Let me find it because I just had it. It's right here. Oh my God, where's the post at? I'm gonna find it right now. I just had it. I got so many tabs up. Here it is. So specifically here it says brother of one of the three Chiefs fans found dead in HIV scientist's backyard claims one was found in a long chair on the back porch and not lying down as he demands cops to reveal how they died. It is on Daily Mail, and I have found a lot of inconsistent shit on Daily Mail, but we know this specifically just based off the video we seen tonight with Ricky's brother in it, Jonathan Price.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
and then too, they never said how they were laying. They said one was in a chair.
Right.
Okay. What about the other two that were in the yard? I mean, were they laying face down on their side, on their back, on their head, standing on one foot, one toe, or whatever?
Right.
You know.
So with
So
all that being said, what's your final thoughts with everything that we know now before I move on to the next caller?
my final thought is this. It's not gelling with me, period. It's not gelling. It's too many air holes. It's too many questions. It's too many lies. Basically for me, it's too many lies, and I ain't buying the lies. You know, that's it for me. You know, it don't sound right, it don't fit right, and it ain't right. I'm not pointing fingers at no one, but that's my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I tell people, hey, call in. We want to hear from you because we have thoughts and opinions, and I want you to develop your own opinion.
Yeah.
Watch all different places. You call in and tell me what you see,
Right.
That's what it's about. So I appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinions with us on this case. Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a beautiful night. Make sure you lock in.
I have one question for you. I've been watching you ever since, and I like you because you bring out points and you make our brains click. You know, you really make us think, and I like that. How do I get to do I have to join your email or something like that?
No.
Or how do I get to you to, write a comment or, things of that nature?
Oh, from your phone? It would be from your phone, right? And you would have to have a Google account signed into YouTube and make sure that you're signed in on YouTube, and it says then it'll let you, chat after that. You have to have a YouTube account to chat. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
It's simple to do. You just, when you go onto YouTube, hit sign in, and you'll be able to create everything from there. By the time you're finished with that process, you will be able to chat with us in here inside of the chat box also.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Yes. And like I said, keep up the good work. You challenge my brain, and that's something I haven't had in a long time.
Donations. I just like people hanging out, calling in, and just talking the show. I don't, so I appreciate you being a part of that. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and I'll be looking for you in chat too.
All right, most likely now I got somebody to talk. I can talk to about a lot of different things.
Yes, ma'am.
And happy New Year to you and your family, and you be safe. Love you.
Too, man. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like her, 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. CKR different. Yeah. Somebody said that the trail is trash can being drugged to the curb when he moved out and threw away stuff. That's a good point. Renee, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for your work. And I sent you an email. I'm gonna check it. 360, you're on the show. Talk to me. Email.
Hey, it's Queen Widow. I sent you an email. I just found something about why Jordan moved.
Okay. I'm looking right now. Somebody just said something too in chat. I'm looking at it. They said that he was cuffed.
No, he's not cuffed. He's not in custody.
No. I'm talking about the night. They said I sent you an email of a video of the night they found them, and they have Jordan handcuffed on his porch. It was on Banfield Tonight Live. We're gonna definitely be checking that.
Yeah. What I sent you is why he moved.
I'm gonna look.
And it was because I guess people were driving by the house, and then because social media had been showing where he's at, news media showed where he's at. Ever since then, he started getting threats, got scared for his life and safety. His attorney told him to get out of there. So he did what his attorney said.
Interesting. I'm looking for your post. I'm looking for your email. I'm not seeing it. So.
It's LEA, and I'm just gonna say it starts with LEA.
Okay. LEA. I think I see you. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. It's all right there. That's all I'll tell you, because people can think they can email me, and I'm not in the mood.
I'm looking. Hold up. Is it the NY post?
It's regarding what CNN found and stuff like that. I just sent it. Let me see.
What's it
Time
about?
did I?
Whatever. I mean, what
It's
you just told me, I'm
about
looking at a post and it's saying Jordan Willis hosted Faithful Chiefs watch party depressed by accusations. He played a role in 3 pals' deaths. That's what I got out of the email you're talking about.
yeah, that has more information. When you read more further into it, you'll see what I'm talking about. I just read it to my daughter, and she's like, "You gotta send that to that dude T-REV that you watched." I was like, "What you trying to say? I'm a stalker on this show or something?" But yeah, I seen that, and I was like, "I've got to send him this because it goes into in-depth detail why he moved, why he is not there, how he's feeling hurt." How he's having some mental problems because he's being blamed for his 3 friends being gone. It's a whole. When you read it, you'll see what I'm talking about. I was like, yeah, he needs to see this.
Yeah, we're definitely I'm gonna check it out. I want to hear more about what I just seen about Banfield tonight too. We want to see that.
I looked for that, and I have not come across anything like that yet.
Well, no, it said it was just talked about tonight how he was cuffed to the porch. That's interesting.
Like I said, I've looked for it and I can't find it.
It's interesting. Well, I got the email that you sent, so I'll definitely read that for sure.
Okay.
I'm looking at it right now. I'll read it. I'll hang up with you and read it right now if you want me to.
Sure.
And then I appreciate you.
But you know what you have to do, right?
What? What is it?
Stay safe. Lock your doors. I'll catch you later, T-REV.
You got me. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. We're gonna read the article that she's talking about. Let's go ahead and open that real quick, and then we'll get back to phone calls. 1 second, because that's an interesting read. Let's check it. Right, full screen. We'll pull it up. We'll zoom in on it. Damn, that's big. Let's get back a little bit. Good gracious. It says Jordan Willis, the man who hosted the fateful Kansas City 3. Hold on, let's read it. It says Jordan Willis, host of Faithful Chiefs watch party, depressed by accusations he played role in 3 pals' deaths. Now, this is a New York Post. Who knows, Let's see what it says first. Jordan Willis, the man who hosted the fateful Kansas, I didn't even spell Kansas right, Kansas City Chiefs watch party where 3 men froze to death, is devastated by the loss of his pals and very depressed by nationwide accusations that he may have something to do with the deaths. Now, not only is the whole country accusing him of murdering his friends without factual details, evidence, or any charges at this time, he also lost 3 close friends, a source who spoke on the condition of anonymity told Fox Nation Saturday. So let's go ahead and dive into it. I guess they didn't keep it in secrecy. He didn't get to say goodbye or go to their funerals due to the circumstances of these wild speculations and accusations. No one seems to be willing to wait for the results of the toxicology report or wait for any other facts from the police department from a case that is still under investigation to make these speculations. Now it says, let me close this real quick. The source slammed rumors that Willis was telling friends that David Harrington, 37, Ricky Johnson, 38, and Clayton McGinney, 36, had frozen to death in the days leading up to the tragic January 9th discovery. Now it says here, Willis's own family reportedly first learned of the tragedy through the media and weren't sure whether their loved one was among the dead, according to the source. Now, it says the HIV research scientist spent 48 hours asleep on the couch next to a loud fan while wearing noise-canceling headphones, blissfully unaware of the flurry of calls and messages of loved ones trying to locate the missing men. Johnson and Harrington's families have fiercely slammed Willis's story, even speculating that a crime could have been tied to Willis's career as a scientist with the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative's Neutralizing Antibody Center, Sheep Lab. The mad scientist's agenda is absolutely ridiculous, the source close to Willis's family said. Now, let's go down here. The fact that he is a scientist is irrelevant. What's probably important to note, and maybe a reason why these families are saying they know Jordan, or they don't know Jordan. Jordan went to high school with several of these guys. After college, he spent probably close to 10 years in Nashville and San Diego doing his graduate and postdoctorate work, the source said. Now, he moved back to KC 4 or 5 years ago and at some point reconnected with his high school friends. The diehard fans routinely shared pictures of themselves decked out in their Chiefs uniforms to watch games and were planning on going. It says they plan on going to the January 13th game with tickets Willis bought for the group, which wasn't the first time he'd taken them all to this season, the source said. Willis's dad previously told the Post that his son had treated his friends to a game just one day before the tragedy. When asked how Willis could have spent 2 days inside of his home without his dogs alerting him to the dead bodies, the source told Fox Nation that the pet simply wasn't home. Although he belongs to Willis, the animal is somewhat a therapy dog for Willis's father, who the source said is suffering from Alzheimer's disease and spends most of the time at the family's house. Willis had been living in a nearby rental home until the tragedy of the subsequent accusations, but was driven out by what his lawyer described as fear of retaliation. Now, it says his house was all over the news. Multiple people driving by every day. People are threatening him on the internet, and everyone knows where this house is thanks to the news coverage. After the police cleared the house and this story became public, Jordan moved out as his privacy and safety were at risk. He is still cooperating with police, the source said, describing Willis as a good guy or who loves his friends. The virtual as awful, and I think people are afraid to speak up for him because of how vicious people are with these speculations, the source added. Police had empathetically said that the case is not being investigated as a homicide and that Willis is not being treated as a suspect. Toxicology reports for the dead men are still pending, which will affirm or deny any enforcement's suspicions that they had overdosed on drugs, marking themselves vulnerable to the freezing overnight conditions. Now, it was a decent read. It was a decent read. Something light. We read more. Hold on. Let's pull up the other one too, because I want to read it now that I have everything up, right? Let's go to this one. Brother of one of the 3 Chiefs fans found dead in HIV scientist yard claims one was found in a long chair on the back porch and not lying down, as he demands cops reveal how they died. Now, it says here, and this again is a Daily Mail, they're 50-50. I've seen bullshit on here. I've seen them post stuff about DM running or seeing a naked man running. I'm sorry. Was it DM or Bethany? I think it was Bethany that they said seen a naked man running. And it was on Daily Mail. So I agree with the comments that I've seen. Like Daily Mail posts some iffy shit, right? But we did see the interview with the brother, so we could definitely read this one. The brother of one of 3 Kansas City Chief fans found dead in a friend's backyard has demanded investigators tell the grieving families how they died. David Harrington, 37, Ricky Johnson, 38, and Clayton McGeeney, 36, were found dead in Jordan Willis's backyard in Kansas City, Missouri, nearly 3 weeks ago. Police have still not made any arrests, and medical examiners have yet to reveal the cause of death, with toxicology reports expected to take up to 5 more weeks. Now, it says, but Johnson's brother, Jonathan Price, said he is making discoveries of his own, including the fact that one of the men were found on the back porch away from the others. The Kansas City Police Department has said there is no evidence of foul play, but Price has demanded they explain what they think happened. I'm not saying there was or was not a crime, but if you immediately suspect foul play, then you should have a story. You should have something to tell the families and for no one to hear anything that doesn't make any sense, he told Chris Cuomo on News Nation. Now, let me see. Is there anything else to it? It says it's the same every day with the lack of answers and the inability to truly mourn without any cause. I want to be more involved. You know what? I don't even know why I'm reading that. Because it goes back to this. Let's pull it up. It takes us right back to here.
You can't leave what happened in Kansas City alone. You can't have these families with these.
Why read it when we could watch it, right? This is the new interview with Chris Cuomo that they're referring to. I just noticed that. I'm like, hold up, 1 second. We just
young guys had their whole lives in front of them, and there's just no answer, and the authorities aren't saying anything.
After this, I'm going to open the lines back up, so make sure you're ready to dial for my people who want to get through. 219-885-9693. After this, we'll get it rolling. If you want to call back, email me Also,
the authorities doing
looking
things the
for those
right way. But according to one of the guys involved here, his attorney, they don't expect foul play. Then why don't you give the families some answers? So these three men in Kansas City, you know the story. They were found frozen to death in their buddy's backyard in a way that we haven't heard before, by the way, which you're going to hear in a moment. But no gunshot, no stab wound, no ligature, meaning nobody had strangled them, apparently. Okay? So they send it out for an autopsy and toxicology. They say 8 weeks. 8 weeks. You can't bury, you can't mourn, you can't know. The families want answers.
Tupac's wife.
So we keep doing the story. And not to hype about it, because we can only know what is shown. All right? The family knows what these guys were about and what they were doing and who this friend was to them. Let's bring in the brother of Ricky Johnson, one of the deceased. We had his father on last week. Jonathan Price is his name, and he joins us now. Jonathan, I'm sorry for your loss.
You know, I got to agree with this. I got to agree with this. If he didn't want fingers pointed at him, then he shouldn't have acted so sketchy every chance he got. Exactly, right? Wouldn't you be essentially like the fifth man? The fifth man, I think the families are believing because the fifth man is talking to the families. And that's from what I've been able to gather. The fifth man, Alex, is actually talking to the families.
Thank you, Chris.
So how's the family holding up with the unknown?
It's the same every day, with, you know, the lack of answers, you know, the inability to really truly mourn without any form of cause. It's just very difficult. I don't think I'll ever move on until, I mean, really, I'll never move on, but especially not knowing what happened to my brother. And I'm not one of these people that tries to speculate and stuff like that, but I just want,
you remember
I want ideas out there. I want to be.
Hold up. We have to see this video. We're going to revisit this next video. This one, we got to see it right now. Like, we need to watch this bad boy right now. It just came out. Video of party host cuffed and detained. Here we go. We're going to watch this video right now as it's coming through.
Told you about Ashton Brady. He was the neighbor who lives right across from Jordan Willis, who just by happenstance looked out at the exact moment that 911 was being called. Ashton, we know now that was Clinton's fiance that actually discovered those bodies. Looked out at the exact moment that 911 was being called. Ashton, we know now that was Clayton's fiance that actually discovered those bodies, called 911 and alerted the authorities. Just walk me through what you saw in that moment.
So basically, I was just going, turn off all my lights. I was getting ready for bed, locking the doors. I went to lock my front door, and I saw a woman come out of the backyard on her phone, and she looked distressed because she kept looking back towards the house, and I thought it was weird. But I just moved in, so I really didn't know much, and so I just went back to my room. 10 minutes later, I saw an ambulance drive by, and I said, well, that's just weird. Something's going on. Went to the front room, looked out, and I saw that there was already 3 cop cars, and there was a man detained, and the woman was talking to the other police. And basically, I kind of watched that conspire for an hour or two. The man eventually left. The police searched the house, went through the backyards and everything, and I had no idea what had happened. And the next morning, I saw the news that they had found 3 dead bodies, and I just was kind of in disbelief. I was like, wow, I watched that happen.
Right, and actually, we're looking at that video that you shot right there on the top left.
Again, if you're just coming in, there is a video of party host being cuffed and detained. He was he was cuffed. Now, it makes sense with the screenshots that we have seen up to this point, ladies and gentlemen. Think about it. Ricky Johnson's father says that he was arrested. We're like, what he wasn't arrested? There's nothing showing that he was arrested. Well, here we go, right here. Video footage of Jordan being cuffed and detained. So Ricky Johnson Sr. was correct about that. By the way, we do have to say that he was correct about about Jordan being cuffed. Interesting.
Left corner of your screen. So basically, you're saying that's the video where you're actually looking out and you can see Jordan Willis being detained.
That's probably within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I was like, oh my goodness, something
right there. There's Jordan Willis being detained.
Oh my God.
There's Jordan Willis being detained right there. I mean, so that's why it is very interesting. I do find it very interesting off the record. I do find it very interesting. Oh wait, I thought he was cuffed in a naughty way. Oh damn. There's so much we don't know. I hate that. Mike D says, what happened to all that snow from the video to this video? The snow's all gone already. Well, I can't say snow can disappear fast. Depending on weather, snow can disappear and melt super fast. I've seen it my whole entire life.
Serious is going on at least. So yeah.
So yeah, hold up. He just zoomed in on Jordan right there, being detained.
Jordan Willis being detained.
That's probably within the first 5 to 10 minutes.
Right there. There's a good shot of it. Huh? Wouldn't you say? So he has does he have a robe on?
I was like, oh my goodness, something serious is going on at least.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Serious is going on at least. So yeah.
So your red flags were going off in that moment, but even before that, right? Because you saw some of these victims' cars that were right here parked in front of your house, and that also kind of alerted you, right? Because that was unusual.
Yeah, we had just moved in, but that week we had never seen those cars there, and then all of a sudden that whole weekend there was cars parked right in front of our drive, and they never left. And they stayed there until the police came, and even after that we found out they're deceased. But yes, those cars never left.
I don't see a road.
And obviously that was something that raised your suspicions at all. Tell me, I know you hadn't lived here for very long, right? But tell me at all about Jordan Willis, what you know about him. I mean, did you ever see him out and about? Was he friendly? Did he come by and talk to you ever?
Honestly, I have never seen him out. I never saw him or talked to him, so I cannot speak for that. Honestly, I do not know.
How about the fact that just something that is so strange, this case.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming in, breaking news. There's some breaking news for you, right? There's some breaking news for you right there. Like Joey would say, you know? Nah, but seriously, he definitely was detained. So the father saying that he was arrested is not BS. It's not BS.
Case in general is bizarre, and we don't have many answers. But the fact of the matter is, 3 men were outside for 2 days on this.
Are these the cars right here? You know,
backyard. One sitting up in a chair, 2 laying down on their backs, frozen to death. I mean, how do you wrap your mind around all that information?
It's a lot, honestly. I imagine it has something to do with a bad drug or something, but it's strange that how long it occurred for people for something.
Do you think he's going to be arrested with a wine glass in his hand? They're going to tell him to put that shit down. Put your hands behind your back. Don't move. You know what I mean? You ain't got time. Put that damn shit down and put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything on us? Do you have anything on you that's going to cut us? That we should be concerned about? Any drugs?
A notice like that, if it happened on a Sunday, that's a long time, and I feel like something should have been said, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to say out loud because you don't have all the information, but the fact of the matter is 3 men are now dead. Does it feel like you're getting, or your community is getting, the answers?
Is Clayton's truck this red one? Hold on, you said Clayton's truck. Is this the one parked in front of his house? Is that what you're talking about?
Something should have been said, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to say out loud because you don't have all the information, but the fact of the matter is 3 men are now dead. Does it feel like you're getting, or your community is getting, the answers it deserves right now? That seems to be the big issue that the families have, is it just doesn't feel like they're getting closure because they're not getting answers.
Yeah, I feel.
You know what? Everybody called and said, what? No neighbors have no footage? No neighbors seen anything? Well, neighbors seen something at least. He pulled out the camera at the right time to capture this. So it does corroborate what Ricky Johnson Sr. is saying from his Facebook and screenshots of the stuff that I've seen Ricky Johnson talking about in particular here. It now adds up after seeing this video. Everything that Ricky Johnson Sr. has said now adds up to him talking about Ricky Johnson's jacket being inside the house, him being arrested but detained. He wasn't arrested and kept, obviously, correct, but he definitely was put in cuffs and brought down to the station to be questioned.
For the families and that they just want to know what really happened, and I feel like if we need to know, we need to know. I'm sure answers are going to come out, but I know a lot of people are wondering what happened around here. That's for sure.
What is the talk of the town? How are people talking about it still? Because no doubt about it, the whole world is looking at this case and talking about it. So how do you and your friends talk about it, process it, work through this whole story?
We just kind of sit down and talk about it. Sometimes we're just randomly, we'll be talking about like what could have really happened? Like how do your 3 buddies, just you not notice them for 2 days outside in the backyard? So it's really strange for me and all of our friends. It's really hard for me to say, but I feel like it had to been just maybe an accident. I don't know. It needs more investigation though, I think.
Ashton, hang
Alex?
tight. I think Ashley
Bing bong.
Banfield has a
Yeah.
question. Go ahead, Ashley.
I do. I don't think he can hear me with an IFB, but if he can't, pass this question on. Can you ask Ashton if he
Sure.
saw the bodies coming out of the house? Because we learned tonight on Chris Cuomo that the father of one of the men knew that one of the men was died or frozen in a position in a lawn
know.
chair on the back
I've seen it.
porch, and I wondered if
Right.
he saw gurneys come out with 3 bodies, or if he saw something unusual in the position of the bodies that were brought out of the house.
I mean, he was definitely put in handcuffs and brought there, so he was definitely detained or arrested right there. If you're put in cuffs and you're brought down to the station, to me, you're being arrested. For the moment, your ass don't have no choice. You have to go down to the station, correct? So you're definitely being arrested right there. In my opinion, you're being arrested. You cannot go. You have no choice. You're going down there to be questioned.
Sure. We want to know what you saw beyond those initial things that you've shared already, in specific about the bodies coming out of this house. Were you still awake at that time? Did you witness gurneys or medical examiners
And
actually
answer me
coming
why
out
you've
with
been
these
cuffed
bodies
then.
or taking them out?
So I actually did not. After that, everyone kind of cleared out. So I didn't know what had happened. So I just went to bed.
If he's not being arrested, then answer why he's in cuffs then.
I thought it was just a misunderstanding or something between a wife and a husband, but that wasn't it at all. So I went to sleep, went to work the next day, and when I was at work, I got an email or a message from a friend, sending me the picture of the article about the dead people, and I was like, oh my goodness. So I honestly did not see an ambulance actually gurney anyone out or anything.
What do you remember about the conditions during those days here in Kansas City?
Detained,
Obviously, these
arrested, same
bodies were
shit.
found
You don't have no
frozen.
choice.
Do you remember it being cold, freezing? Obviously, you saw this woman talking on her cell phone at night, 10 o'clock at night in the winter weather, and so that raised your alarms. But what do you remember just about the temperatures or the weather around that time?
It was cold. It was really cold. I'd gone hunting that Sunday, and we hunted a pond, and we actually had to put up pretty much.
But people need to understand this. Just because he was put in cuffs that night and brought down to the station, he went down there and cleared up to the police. He went down there and cleared it up. It specifically says, from what I've read on multiple different articles, that's why I wish the police would come out with a presser, because they could correct the information that is being put out in these articles, right? Which they're saying specifically, they went to the house. He went down and let them question him without a lawyer, etc. He was detained. He wasn't arrested. We'll change that up. He was detained and talked to. He had no choice, but he did go down there. Obviously, he's in cuffs at his house. You see it right here. So, but he definitely did go down there without a lawyer. He could have said, I want a lawyer. And guess what? They would have had to release him, regardless of the fact, without, talking to him at all. If they would have came straight in the room and he said, I wanted a lawyer, they would have to release him if they have nothing to charge him on. We know that. So he was detained from here and brought down there and questioned without a lawyer. He let them search the house. And they said 100% not a homicide. It's a death investigation.
An ice prop in there to make the pond open. So I mean, if that tells you anything, we could walk on the ice. That's how thick it was. So I mean, it was definitely below freezing and not temperatures you want to just be outside hanging out in with no clothes.
Yeah, enough to raise red flags. Ashton, thank you very much for sharing that insight with us.
Thank you for watching.
So again, let's go back to that. I don't know what. That's why Ricky Johnson's dad was saying this. This makes sense. This is Ricky Johnson Sr. That's why he said the guy's name was Jordan that did this. Everybody needs to know that he was just walking around drinking when they arrested him. Sorry, son of a bitch. That's why he put it out like that. But he really meant detained.
Going on at least. So yeah.
So your red flags were going.
Let's pause. I'm about to open up the lines. What's your thoughts on this after seeing this? What is your thoughts? 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. The lines are open wide right now. Oh, damn. 601, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, me again, brother. Hey, look, they brought up some good points here a minute ago that I want to cover. If you looked at the street and where the cars are parked, the red pickup and whoever's car that was parked a couple houses down there that they showed to the left, Doesn't that seem, you know, when you have a party at your house, whether it be a birthday party, relatives come over, friends come over for whatever, you know, everybody parks in the street, everybody parks in their driveway until there's no room in the driveway, and then they start parking on the street. Why would, look how far down that car is parked. There's plenty of room where they could have parked. And why didn't they park in the driveway? You know what I mean? Why? If they all knew that they were going to be there, why the heck? So I'm thinking there's like 6 or 7 more cars that should be parked where they couldn't park, and the guy had to walk down the street from where he did park. Because you can tell them cars have been there for a while. They got snow on them from the last couple of days.
Absolutely. And imagine what the bodies look like out back. The ones that are
covered. They're covered with snow. I agree. So you know, so there looks like there could be like 5 or 6 cars and 5 or 6 more people, or even more than that, that was at this little party. And then when something happened, boom, everybody leaves. That leaves all the cars in the position that they are, who's not going to be driving them away. And 2 people came with 1 car, 1 person came in his own car, and, you know, the other person, number 5, he left. So, you know, that explains why that car is parked way down the street. I mean, you know, that's down the road. That's 2 houses down. So why would you park there if there wasn't more cars there? So where did all them cars go? They were at that party too. So you're going to be looking for some more people. You know, that there's missing pieces, and people don't want to come forward and say what was what, you know. That's what I'm saying. And the basement window keeps tripping me up. You know, yeah, I just so where are the cars? Who towed them? They must have either got towed away or driven away by the family, right?
Right.
So where are they now? And where were they, you know, 2 days, I mean, after they towed them away, or an hour after they towed them away? Or did they go through them? What did they find? Were they released to the family? Who were they released
video. I'm going to
to?
play the full video across the screen right now. We got the full video.
Yeah.
Yo, everybody be nice to one another.
I mean, it's you know, like I said too, you know, we were looking for cameras in all the different houses and neighbors and stuff like that. I brought that up, you know, a few days ago.
Yes, sir.
And everything they're saying now is coming out now. So I'm guessing there's a lot more that they don't want to release for whatever reason. They're just letting a little bit trickle out without a presser. So I'm thinking that they're going to have a presser here pretty soon, brother. So, all right, that's it.
What is going on?
Yeah, man.
All right.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah. See where the cop cars are parked down there. You know, look. Who parks down there? They parked down there because it was, you know, they didn't want to be known that they were coming up. But who parks way down there, you know, to go to a party that's 4 houses up? People who can't get there because there's other cars parked there.
Right.
So where's all the other people that were in those cars? All right, man.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Thank you for sharing.
Yes,
your thoughts.
yes, sir. You take care. All right.
God bless you. Shout out to him. Good phone call. If you want to be a part of the show, make sure you call in 219-885-9693. This is the neighbor's video from across the street. He is recording out here. We got this video. Here we go. 215, you're live. Talk to me.
Hi, it's Jamie again. So I
Hold on,
just got
Jamie.
out
You
of
see this video? This video.
I know. Well, wait, I have to be honest with you. I was in bed, but I was doing research because I just have a really big heart. So can I just read this real quick? I just want people to know.
No, you haven't seen the breaking news? All right, what are we doing?
Yeah, I did. He's in handcuffs. I
What
saw
are
it.
you talking about?
Okay, I just want people to know that 5 Texans die every day from fentanyl. I want to give a number.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's
I
a
found a free place for people to call. So callers can access free peer support, learn how to navigate treatment and referral services, and receive information on employment and licensing concerns. It's called Go to Heroes Helpliner, so HELPLINER, or call 833-367-4689. I'll say it one more time, 833-367-4689. Whoever's, I also wanted to say, I was reading the chat since we got off the phone. There are so many people in the chat that are clean. Congratulations to all of you. And there's so many people in the chat that admitted still being addicted. So I wanted to make sure I called back and gave you the statistic. One other thing, men aged 25 to 34 are the most likely among all age groups to die of the opioid overdose. And guess this one, they're 146% higher than women in the same age group. And then among women, overdose deaths are the most common among 45 to 54-year-olds. But I just wanted to tell you my statistics.
Yeah, no, people definitely need to hear that. And if you heard that phone number and wrote it down, you better write it down, play it back, write it down.
All right, cool. I can give it to you again too if you want.
Yeah, they could play it back, write it down. If people seriously want to get help, they'll go back and listen to that and get the help they need.
You're absolutely right. And just so people know, I got this all from like government websites. I didn't just get it all online somewhere. And that it's 100 times stronger than morphine, and just 2 milligrams of fentanyl, which equals 10 to 15 grains of table salt, is considered a lethal dose.
That's crazy.
Crazy, right?
Yep, it is.
All right, I got to go to bed. I have to teach statistics in a couple hours. Even though I'm not going to go to bed, I'm going to listen until you're off. I know. And then I'll just be cranky tomorrow teaching statistics.
Well, you better be nice, damn.
Oh, I'm the nicest teacher. Look me up on Rate My Professor. I have the best reviews than anybody. I have a 5 out of 5.
Here we go. I'm going to zoom to Phil full screen chat. How about that? Is full screen better for you? Screw that little thing we were looking at. Let's look at this thing full screen. Let's crank it up. Yeah, diluting is like the same. No, that's a fact. That's a fact too. Here we go, guys. Though, so we had to make this full screen. I'm tired of looking at that little box. I appreciate you, Vona. Thank you for calling
in. Hi, T-REV. Love you guys.
God bless you. We love you too. Shout out to Vona. I appreciate her calling in with that information and being educational and bringing that. Hold on 1 second. What's that say? Time. Okay, I'll check it out. I promise I'll check it out. 870, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Okay, brother. Hey, I just wanted to do some quick math with you, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the guys were there, not the daylight hours of the 7th. They were there the nighttime hours of the 7th, correct?
That's what they say. Yes, Regina, absolutely.
Okay. So the day of the 8th, they were outside in daylight hours. And if you look up the amount of hours that were actually daylight on the 8th, if I'm not mistaken, it was just under 11 hours. I believe it was 10.75 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So the night of the 8th was whenever they got the snowstorm, correct?
That's what they say. I don't know. Well, I've seen a bunch of different.
I've looked it up. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys. The snowstorm, it started snowing the night of the 8th, okay? And if you look at the cars, that could be some of our victims' vehicles, could it not?
That's what they're saying.
Do you see how covered those cars are in snow?
Absolutely.
So if you think about it, that means there was only under 12 hours of daylight visible time that those bodies weren't covered with snow. And if Jordan was crashed out after the party for the day of the 8th after the party, you guys, I'm sorry, but I can 100% see why he didn't see the bodies in his backyard. And something else, if it's okay, I'd like to address real quick, T-REV.
Oh, you're good.
There seems to be a real double standard here I'm seeing from everybody on both sides of the fence.
Mm-hmm.
Because, listen, do you want to go to a doctor and him tell you that you have cancer or that you have lipoma, which is non-cancerous, before he does tests on you? Do you want a diagnosis from a doctor before you get proper testing done?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go get chemo treatment and possibly have body parts removed, saying they're cancerous whenever they're not. And I'm sorry, but I'm seeing a complete double standard in that everybody's saying that Ellie is not doing anything. I see Ellie taking a man into custody because 3 bodies were found outside his backyard.
And that's what I was saying. Now it makes sense with why Ricky Johnson Sr. said he was arrested.
Right.
That's what I was like, okay, because I seen him say that. I was like, but where? Why? And then all of a sudden this video comes out tonight. There it goes.
Right.
So
And you have to think, being outside, if they were frozen to the ground, and that is terrible. And my heart, listen, you guys, my heart goes out to these families. But no matter what the outcome of this, the facts are they lost 3 people they loved. And it's their right to grieve in any way that they see fit. And it's their right to be outraged and want answers. I completely agree. But I don't think it's going to be any service to anyone for conclusions to be jumped to here and ruin more lives than have already been lost if this is nothing nefarious and it's a simple drug overdose. And on law enforcement's part, you have to look at the fact that Jordan Willis has a record of DUIs, okay, and public intoxications for driving drunk. And I'm drunk in public. Okay. He doesn't have a criminal history past that.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement is also under the eye of this is somebody that doesn't have any kind of criminal history. We're not seeing any kinds of injury to these men. I think that's part of the reason everyone is so hung up on it, wondering what happened. You guys, they don't know. They don't know what happened to these men. They haven't got the toxicology reports back. They haven't got the full autopsies back yet. They don't know what happened to these men. And from their standpoint, if they arrest this guy and make all these false arrests and accusations against someone whenever they have no burden of proof that anything nefarious has been done, then they're going to be liable for it. And then that falls back on the taxpayers, which is even worse. You see what I'm saying? I understand that there are 2 different flips to this coin, if that makes sense. I want answers. I want to know how these guys died. And if I was a family member, I'd be beating down Jordan's door. Because either Jordan or Alex have some inkling of what happened to these men. That I believe wholeheartedly. And I believe that one of them, you know which one I'm leaning towards, but I believe that one of them is culpable if they are the link to drugs, if drugs are the reason these men died. Now, something else, one last thing before I go. The difference between an arrest and a detainment is that an arrest means you have been charged with a crime. A detainment means that you are under investigation for a possible crime.
Also, they will cuff you while they search too.
Yes. Well, as long as they have reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime may have taken place, they can detain you and question you. Yes, absolutely. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So, but let me explain this. Neither being arrested nor being detained is ever a good thing. And I'm sorry, but y'all, Jordan cooperating with these cops, I wouldn't care if you found 20 dead bodies in my backyard. You ain't coming in my house without a search warrant. I am a constitutionalist, and I believe in my rights.
What's this? Is that a TV or something on? Oh, no. Maybe it's a light. Who knows?
You know, I'm just saying.
What's your final thoughts, though? I want to hear. Before I move on to the next caller, what's your final thoughts?
I think that everybody needs to take a step back and maybe realize that the police are doing their job in investigating this, because we are seeing more and more evidence of them just doing just that.
I got to agree with that, especially with this video coming out too. And you see the police are here. They obviously are trying to figure out what's going on here. I mean, you got him. You can see his hands behind his back clearly. So they definitely did some type of something. I see it clearly right here, hands behind the back. Somebody said, "How can you even tell he's in cuffs?" Well, look at his arms right here. You can see. I can see it.
Yes.
So they're
I can
definitely,
too.
who knows what's going on? Nobody knows what's going on besides the death investigation right now. He went down there. He was let go from being in police custody. So, and police say that from what I read, it added up.
Exactly. I mean, I think that they I understand that the family is grieving and they have every right to want answers and stuff. But if we rush this and we don't take, if the cops rush this and they don't take the time to do it right, then nobody is going to be happy with the answers that they provide anyways. Well, nobody's going to be happy with the answers they do provide. I promise you. It's a double-edged sword, but I think that they are doing more than is being told about them. They are investigating this, I do believe. So that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate you taking my call, brother. What do you think? What is your thoughts right now?
I told you
That's
at
what
the
I want
worst,
to know.
for me, Regina, at the worst, this is my personal thoughts. At the worst, negligence. At the worst. At the
Me too.
absolute worst, negligence, as in an OD, and they were moved out back at the worst, allegedly.
I can agree with that. I
At
don't
the
think the
worst.
bodies
That's
were
what
moved,
I don't think
but
that this was some
I agree.
concoction murder. I don't think that it was anything like that, allegedly. I think that this was an overdose. And if, like I said, at worst, they were moved out back, allegedly, at worst. And they were just freaking out. I didn't, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And guilt too. I'm not saying they just freaked out and wanted to not only hide for their sake, but guilt also. My friend, you know, your friends has passed away, allegedly.
Yeah.
That can
It's
fuck with you.
possible.
That can mess with your
It
mind.
can. It messed with me after Kevin overdosed for a long time. So I completely agree because I thought he was drunk calling me. T-REV, I thought he was drunk calling me. And I told him to quit drunk calling me and I muted him for the night. But I knew something was wrong whenever I went over there at like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and knocked on his door and he wasn't answering. But hindsight's 2020. And if Jordan did, let me explain this to y'all. If Jordan did go to bed and he let his freak die, he is going to carry that guilt for the rest of his life. And T-REV, you know me, and you know that I carry that guilt. So I can only imagine he did lose his ever-loving mind.
We'll see how it plays out, Regina. I mean, the police are saying his story adds up from what I'm seeing in these articles, but I've yet to see a police statement besides Beck China saying 100%, not a homicide, a death investigation. So we know that. So, again, the guilt part, exactly.
Anybody
I'm thinking that some of that is there.
Anybody in this room that has ever dealt with losing a loved one to an overdose knows what I'm talking about, the guilt from it. Because we feel like we weren't there enough. And I solely blame myself, y'all. I told him to quit drunk calling me. I told him to quit drunk calling me, y'all, and he died. He died. I can't get him back. And he was my best friend.
Shit that happens like that. It's crazy.
He died on my birthday. My birthday. He overdosed on my birthday, and I told him to quit drunk calling me and hung up the phone, T-REV. You know, my birthday's coming up next month, and I don't celebrate it anymore. I don't celebrate my birthday. It's not a day of celebration for me anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good, Regina. Calm down. Watch the show. Relax. We're good. I appreciate you calling in. Calm down. And again,
maybe that's why
I did. You're good. Calm down. You need to breathe in a bag. Breathe in a bag. Smoke you something. Relax.
Oh, already. But look, maybe that's why I do see how this is possible. For him not to know. Maybe it's because I carry that, you know?
Allegedly, it's a possible overdose, but we'll see how it plays out. What they come up with, and like you said, it's a double-edged sword. It definitely is a double-edged sword.
It's totally a double-edged sword. And y'all, Kevin wasn't an addict. He overdosed on his own schizophrenic medication because he was schizophrenic. And that's how he overdosed. But it's hard to tell whenever someone's just drunk or whenever they're overdosing. Because you can get drunk and fall out just like you can overdose on something else and fall out. Hindsight's 2020, y'all.
Watch out, everybody. That just shows that goes to tell you if you're out here doing drugs, you best test your shit or look around, or else you're gonna end up. It is what it is. It's crazy. It's crazy. You can't stop somebody from doing shit, but you can tell them all you want. I appreciate you calling in, Regina. God bless you.
God bless you. Hey, you guys. I'm going to say it as always. Hit that like button. T-REV deserves it, you guys. He hears everybody's story. He hears it all. He carries all this, y'all. And he does a really good job of covering these stories. And I respect his opinions and his views because I feel like T-REV does this not only from the standpoint of the families, but he really looks for the truth in all this. So I just want to give a shout out to you, T-REV, for doing that and being the person that you are and bringing this community together. Because I know we all got a story to tell, and I feel like we all have a voice here and we can tell that story. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Regina. I appreciate you calling up. Thank you for voicing your opinions, your thoughts, your theories on this case, and sharing your story too. God bless you.
God bless you, T-REV.
Shout out to Regina. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What you see on the screen now is footage from January 9th out front of Jordan Willis's house. And you can see what appears to be a man in cuffs. This is from the night. Again, now a little bit ago. I have it put up 623. You're on with me. Talk to me.
Oh, it's what's up, T-REV? It's Infamous. I've been trying to get in since yesterday.
You got in. What's going on, Infamous?
Nothing. I was just thinking that what if we're looking way too much, into it, and they're waiting. They're holding the information or the presser because they're waiting for the toxicology first of all, and they might just be holding on to information. But what if they were just simply just drinking and got drunk as skunks? You know what I mean? Maybe they were drinking hard liquor, doing shots, and just going hard because I don't know if they won the game or not, but maybe they just passed out in the back. Maybe we're looking way, I mean, it could easily be all the theories and everything, but it could be just as simple as something like that too. Because when you're drunk, you're inebriated and your decision making is not very clear, so we don't know what they drink or if they drank or because if they're doing shots and hard liquor and drinking beer, they might not have just been drinking beer, and maybe they're just waiting for the toxicology so they can confirm it and have a presser. I'm not saying that the other things are not a possibility, but I think maybe we might be looking too much into it. I guess if that makes sense. It could easily be that, but who knows? But that's what I thought. So I'm not gonna keep you long, but at least I got in.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And I think Jordan might have maybe he went into shock. People go into shock, like the Idaho 4, those survivors,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That at the worst, I think here, negligence at the worst.
Yeah.
And that's, again, I say that allegedly. That's just my opinion. But
or they just got a bad batch, like something that they were, maybe they all pitched in on something, and got it from someone down the street. Who knows, and it just was a bad batch, whatever it was.
Well, I do know these things too, that I was told, or that I read, that investigators had got a hold of Ricky Johnson's mom for the code for his phone. You're welcome, Sigma Mom. Thank you. But they called for the phone to Ricky's phone, right, to get into it, to see, I guess, messages, whoever he was contacting with. They can see possibly what unfolded from there. If there was drugs involved, you'd be able to link it, right? If you were texting somebody, called somebody, if you look through the victim's phones, it should show you getting something or talking about something.
The data is on too. If your activity, because it'll track like where you're going. If you click on your Google data and if you upload it, or you look on your timeline, it'll tell you kind of if it's turned on. Sometimes people don't think of turning it off, or they have it on purpose just so they can see where they go. Like when I walk my son to school, so I can So I just have record of that, walking him back and forth and stuff like that. But because I had a situation with the principal trying to say that I wasn't picking him up on time, so I had to show her my Google timeline. I was like, you're tripping. But anyway, um, yeah. So like that could show through the phone too, like your timeline. If it's on, it'll show where they might have been if maybe they went to go pick something up, and then phone calls as well too. Wow.
Well, hopefully there is whoever is supplying these or whatever drug took their life. Hopefully they get to that and are
Yeah,
able
exactly.
to confiscate whatever is out there killing people, because
Right.
there probably has been overdoses the last couple days in Kansas City, and it may be from the same product allegedly. If this is what happened.
You're
You know
right,
what I'm
because
saying?
I know a couple people. I mean, I grew up on I know the rips and runs of the streets. I'm a mama now, but I know pretty much how it operates, and I know a couple people that still kind of do their whatever they do, and I've had conversations like where they've told me that somebody's going to give them a good deal on whatever they're going to get, and they said, but I think that they said that it's bad. It's bad. And I'm like, you better not touch that. I'll tell them straight up, you better stay away from it, because, you're not going to be able to live with yourself if you know that you're purposely selling things, you know what I mean? Or you're dealing things that are bad. That's a bad batch, whatever it may be. Because people will try to get rid of it because they don't want it. So they try to pass it off and give good deals to other people and try to get them to get it.
No,
They'll
Jessica, a
catch.
lot of people said that. A lot of people. It wasn't just a nephew. Tons of I've seen multiple people talk about it. Who else was saying that?
And then the mothers and stuff, they say, oh, they don't do drugs, but like sometimes they don't tell their loved ones because they don't want them to know about their addiction. A lot of times when you have addiction, you don't want, you know what I mean? If that's the case scenario, they don't want them to know that they're in addiction, or maybe fell off, relapsed, or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
And your mother's not going to want to think that the worst like that. Your mother's going to be like, that's my son. He's a good boy. And I know my ex-husband, when he got locked up, she tried to tell the the prosecutor, my son's a good boy and he's like a grown man. Like, then he kind of looked at him like, okay, that's why he's in jail, or whatever the case scenario may be. But, the moms don't, family members don't want to look at it, and the people that might be relapsing or addicted don't necessarily let it be known until it gets too far out of control,
And I hope they get some answers from this shit. I mean, it seems like there's a little bit more coming out every day. You got this footage here that came out.
Mhm.
You have, I
Yeah.
mean, what else is gonna come out? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
tomorrow
I think
evening
they're
again.
slowly leaking stuff too, because they're getting probably close to the toxicology, report. So they're kind of releasing a little bit more because everybody's, reaching for, worst case scenario and conspiracy theories and so on and so forth, So maybe they're just
It's
kind of,
out there. It's out
yeah.
there. That's going crazy. I'm telling you that
That's
right now.
it.
That some people
They
think that
need
this
people
was a
not to know.
concocted drug and shit.
Yeah. Oh,
Allegedly.
they put it in everything anymore because they're trying to get you addicted to it. So they put it in absolutely almost everything.
Not only the families are speculating, but I mean, now everybody is speculating on this. Everybody and their mom is speculating on this right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it's very odd. It's very strange, but who knows? I think maybe he might have went into shock, like some type of shock, like a trauma shock,
Right.
if that's what happened. But anyway, I'm gonna let you go. Let other people call in. I'm glad I got through.
Well, God bless you. I appreciate you calling in, infamous truth teller. Nice to
All
hear
right,
from
take
you
care.
again. I'm glad you got through.
I know. I've been trying diligently.
Well, God bless you. I'm glad you got through. I can't wait to hear from you again. Make sure you lock your doors, stay safe, and thank you for being a voice in the community.
Always. You too.
God
Bye.
bless you, infamous. Shout out to infamous truth teller. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. Deetra? She said pics from the basement from different angles. Yeah, we've seen those. Yeah, I seen that one too. The lawn. I seen that one on Zillow, and then there's some others on Redfin. 925, you're live talking. I seen that one too. The lawn.
Hey, T-REV. My name's
on,
David.
man?
Am I there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, great, thanks. Hey, listen, I'm a doctor of psychiatry and doing some research. I'm involved with some parts of this case indirectly. But you know, I guess the first question I have, I recently learned about your channel because somebody played me a segment. Somebody, I guess, I don't know if it was yesterday, a crazy Joe from the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, this guy said, yeah, he's like, he's saying that he cracked the case, saying that Jordan was a homosexual murderer, that his whole cause was so that he could rape his friends and drag them outside. And it's like this is kind of a level, and people were giving him props online, like, yeah, this guy should be president, and boasting. And I don't know, this is sort of the epitome of when we get people talking like this, just coming up with their own ideas in the extreme. And really, from what I know of this is really far from, and I know you've heard a lot of different ideas too, because you're in the center of it. But I've also heard you keep some people in line when they were saying stuff that you knew was off. And I wanted to applaud you on that, because as a commentator, that's really key that you do that. And I know it's tough, but for the most part, do you know for a fact that I was going to say never mind. I'm not going to ask you anything. I'm going to tell you though that they've already got some of the toxicology, and that's stuff they get right away, right up front with the autopsies. What they're doing now is more of a comprehensive panel. It's a qualitative panel, and that's going to be. It's standard, but it's a lot of stuff, and that's why it takes so long. And they're just trying to be complete. But it's definitely not alcohol. It's definitely not the standard thing. These guys didn't just go out there drunk or whatever. And I think there's so much misinformation out there. It's really what's causing a lot of the frustration. But I say, give Jordan the benefit of the doubt right now, because he might have been a victim just as much as anybody.
Absolutely.
Whether you liked him or not and whatnot. It's just, this kind of the stuff being said, it's terrible, even from grieving parents, So I don't know. It shouldn't be that much longer. I've actually heard there's going to be some stuff coming together now. They're just trying to get everything.
Did you say you were involved with the case, or did you say
just
out of curiosity of your own?
I'm not directly involved in the case, but I'm one of my partners is, and I can't say anything specific about it other than telling you sort of what's already known, is that the testing is happening. It's already happened. They already know enough. That's why they're saying that they were, pretty clear about what happened. But I know that's never going to be enough for grieving parents. And regardless, everybody's, just tell us, Jordan, just tell us what happened. There's nothing he can say that's going to be good enough for people. And it's no wonder. I'm surprised he wasn't advised sooner to get out of town and get a lawyer, all that stuff, because he really gave up a lot of his rights from the beginning, just to do what's right. And who knows, he might have been still out of his mind at the time that he answered the door. He might have still been not quite right, answering the door in his boxers. And I was told he had a wine glass of just holding water.
Yeah, with water. They
that?
said that he was with water and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And who knows whether he's in the kitchen or looked out, but everybody's so focused on these details that are just getting re-chewed up and regurgitated over and over. It's just like, man, you don't know if those of us who've drank, we know what it's like to be going a bender and not leave our bed for a couple days. You know, maybe you go in your bathroom, but you may not go downstairs. You may not do dishes. You may not even eat anything, you know? So it's not hard to imagine what could have been the reason why he's being labeled as a criminal right now. And I just think that's just such a waste of energy for people, and it's sort of hyping people up. So, you know, I learned about you just because of somebody sent me that crazy Joe, you know, and I was like, you know, this is the hype, and I'm sure he's not the only one, but when you give people a microphone, you know, they're going to say what's on their mind, and that's sort of the negative side of it. But yeah, you know, I did want to say I also heard straightening out people who had their information and their facts wrong.
Yeah.
And calling them on that, and that's great.
It's important to do that. As far as, you know, when we're looking at this, if I hear something wrong, I'm gonna say it. But if I don't,
yeah. Well, I almost left you a voicemail before. I didn't expect to get through, so it's great. You know, great to talk to you. I hope if anybody else hear this, that I just convey. Just there's so many other things to focus your energy on right now, rather than to villainize somebody or find fault. You know, it's just like this stuff will be out real soon, and people, if anything, they could get their facts straight. And if you want to do the research, you know, do some reading and stuff too. There's a lot of stuff that they still. I mean, I'm watching major networks still talking about how these guys like went to the Super Bowl party that Jordan was hosting, and he wasn't even hosting the football party, right?
No,
they went
the
there
football
after
party
that.
was during the day. Well, the football game, I'm sorry, was at 3:00.
Yeah, but they had been multiple places, and they were over at Alex Lee's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they went to Jordan's after the game.
That's what we want to know. What happened during those times? Where did you guys go during those times too? Did you come across anybody that had any? Did you guys go pick up anything?
Well, I was told that they were at they had gone to multiple places, but people had been over at Alex Lee's place, and then he joined up back with them later after the game had ended. That's when people went over to Jordan's. Is that what you've gotten?
That's what I heard. Yeah, I heard that
Okay,
they got
so
together. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm hearing. That's what I'm reading too.
So still, major news outlets are saying that people went to that Jordan was hosting the football party, and everybody thinks that they were over there all day, which just wasn't true. It's little things like that. I mean, for major networks to be not doing their due diligence and to be reporting this incorrectly, it's really irresponsible. So, if anything,
again, you did say that your friends connected to this case.
Yeah, a business associate I work with.
Okay.
Yes.
So you say
and
he's
not the
investigation
investigation
with this case.
He's involved with he's involved with some of the forensics, and he's not a government official, but he's a private that's working with a private entity that's involved, which is very common to get. You know, these government they're government offices are outsourcing a lot of stuff for labs and everything, so it's very common. But I don't have anything I can say anyway, but I'm going to listen. If I do come across something, I'm going to call you. I'll probably just leave you a voicemail message.
Yes, sir.
And you get back to me and you want it, however you can disseminate it. But it's it's just in hopes of getting the straight information out there. You know, as little that I really don't know a lot of stuff other than how much misinformation is getting regurgitated.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's definitely a lot of misinformation. I'm gonna give it that 100%. Now, I mean, you can't blame the families for wanting answers in the circumstances that they were found.
Definitely not.
That too.
Definitely not. But people are calling for his head. You know, they're saying, "Oh, he did this.
Yeah.
He needs to go to jail." I mean, it's just like that's not going to help anybody at this point. Just starting a lot of division and trying to find fault. But hopefully that'll. I'm surprised they haven't had a press conference yet, just to announce preliminaries. But from what I understand, is it was really sort of hush hush. Maybe partly to do with the with involving the NFL. There could have been some political stuff to not really make that high because there's so many things that associate to it that when you have big brands like the NFL, they don't want to have any more negative stuff than actually necessary associated with their brand. So death, domestic violence. I mean, they already deal with plenty. So. But I'll let you go, man. I appreciate it. I'll probably leave you a message in the next couple of days here, something we can talk. We can talk about more what I can say.
I'll definitely talk to you, brother.
Yeah. Okay, man.
I'll be looking for you.
All right, man. Ciao.
God bless you, brother. Him, good phone call. 219-885-9693. People are like, I don't know, trying to throw him off the scent around here. I don't know. You make your thoughts and opinions. 484, you're in the door. Talk to me.
I actually got on. Cool.
What's going on, brother? Yes, you did get on. Talk to me, my brother. How you doing tonight?
Yeah, my girl's been following it. She's been kicking it around with me for a while, and I want to talk on just a biological level. You got 3 guys outside in the cold, right?
Yes, sir.
And if they're all under the influence of drugs, biologically, they're not all going to pass out at the same time. So one would go, "Oh crap, he just went down. Let's get him." You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. The other thing is fentanyl and any other drug is biologically going to affect people differently. But one drug out there basically affects everybody the same way and will hit them pretty hard, pretty quick. GHB, the date rape drug. It's not only used for date rape, it's also used to get hot.
Yeah. The date rape drug.
And this just popped in my head because it just being
like a
kid.
root?
Yeah.
That's crazy. So like you're thinking something was slipped in a drink?
And I'm not saying that anybody was trying to rape anybody. I'm saying maybe they just took it as experimental just to get really fucked up. Or someone gave it to them.
Damn.
But I don't think it's fentanyl, because fentanyl,
bro, when
even
I
with
start thinking
fentanyl,
down that avenue, it's like, I start thinking, damn, it starts reminding me of like Jeffrey Dahmer's and shit like that. But then again, it's like the police came, got this guy. If they seen anything weird and he just let them search the crib, if they didn't see nothing weird, they talked to him, his story checks out. I mean,
and GHB is a little easier to hide because you can get it to be a liquid form, especially if you have like chemistry knowledge.
That's some wild. I think I leave my mind open to everything, man. You never know.
And especially if they were drinking, and if it was already put in the drinks, you're never gonna know until you do toxicology. And the fact that there's 3 grown men outside, like they're not all gonna pass out at the same time. But if they're on a date rape drug, they're out of their they don't know what they're doing.
Damn. This case, man, I don't know. I like I said, man, I think at the worst, right? At the worst, negligence. But I hear all these other different theories and thoughts and opinions, and that's why my mind's open on this.
I think it's beyond negligent because, man, I partied hard. I've used quite a few different drugs in my day.
Yes, sir.
From ecstasy to different types of acid,
Molly,
liquid, all different stuff, and never heroin or cocaine or anything. But I've been around people. I grew up in the city. I've been around people like I've had uncles. I got a brother right now that's bad drug addict. Like my nephew is in a wheelchair for the rest of his life because of fentanyl.
Wow.
I lost a friend. My 2 friends partied one night and they had a big bag of just random pills like Vicodin and all different types of pain medication and psychiatric drugs, and they both started doing them pill for pill. They both went to sleep and one never woke up. And the one that never woke up didn't know he had a heart murmur, and that's why his heart went. And the kid the same age as him lived because he had a strong heart.
Wow. I got a murmur. That's crazy.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on, but like it just don't add up to me biologically, because if you got three, I could understand if it was one person outside,
Mm-hmm.
you're by yourself. But if they were both given something that would put them at a point where they wouldn't be able to keep, because even I've seen heroin addicts get up and just walk around within like 10 minutes of it, a knot out, you know what I mean? And
Right.
still kind of have faculties and know that it's cold and I better put my jacket on, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. But a date rape drug, you don't know what's going on. That's why it's called a date rape drug. I don't know if you've ever seen videos of girls that got dosed with date rape drugs. They don't know what's going on.
Ah, man.
And I hear, I don't know, because like I said, I didn't follow it as strong as my girl does. My girl watches your videos every morning because she misses them at night, so she'll hear my voice tomorrow.
That's dope.
But
Shout out to your girl, man.
the
Shout out
only
to both of
thing,
y'all.
like that's the only like street drugs I can think of that would put someone in three people in a delirious state where they wouldn't understand that they were even cold.
There's gonna be. I feel like there's gonna be episode 2 to this story. I don't know why, but something.
Yeah, it don't add up to me biologically. First, it's the only chemical that once it hits you, it hits you. Other chemicals, you could do a lot of other chemicals. I've seen people where I've taken acid with people the same amount, and they're way more messed up than I was, because biologically, their biologic makeup is not as strong as mine when it comes to that. So, and I'm 45 now, so I'm away from all these things now. But looking back on my party life, it's like, yeah, I've seen people do ecstasy and be totally trashed. I've seen people do PCP and walk around perfectly fine, and people say, you didn't do PCP, but everybody else is all out of their mind. You know what I mean?
Damn.
Like, I've seen a lot of drugs being used in my life, and the only one I ever caught eyes on, and even in a club where I've seen girls, like, it looked like they got like the date rape drug in their drink because they're so out of it.
So, as of right now, with everything you know and seen, before I move on to the next caller, what's your final thoughts?
I think they were drugged. I don't know who did it or why, but, and I don't even know if it's that, but I would put it that, or because one of these guys has a background in science and biology and all that, and works in the field of science and labs. It could be a multiple different things. And the problem with this is, I'm glad that I hear that the family's getting toxicology results, because your standard toxicology result is only going to test for the mainstream drugs that are out there. And it's going to pass any other chemicals that could be mixed that could cause cardiac arrest within a matter of minutes. You know, there's chemicals out there, precursor chemicals that you can put together that will make a person drop dead within minutes, because it'll just stop the heart as soon as it gets through the bloodstream.
Damn. We'll see how it shapes up, brother. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, I definitely think something's foul, but I'm not going to sit there and point a finger at anybody, because I just think that in general is kind of, but it doesn't look good for one person. I know that. Just because of the background. I mean, unfortunately, one of them has a background in chemistry and all that.
That's a fact.
And that kind of makes you look. That kind of makes you look bad, but it doesn't make you look. It doesn't make you guilty.
Yeah, it doesn't make you guilty. That's a fact. That's a fact. So you have to keep that in mind too.
I mean, I don't even know if you know, and maybe it's something I shouldn't talk about. I forget what plant it is. It's the plant that you usually get around Christmas, right? With the big red rose on it, big green leaves. Well, most people don't know, if you boil that plant down and put that as a T, you're dead.
Damn.
And guess what? It will not show up in a toxicology result.
That's crazy.
So, I mean, there's so many things out there, dude. And with a biology or some chemistry major, who knows what you can mix up?
I think that's what he's talking about. 0.7.
And the access to it.
Lilies too. That's crazy. Damn.
Yeah.
We playing.
But if I would think most if it was something criminal, most criminals are idiots. They're going to use whatever they can get their hands on quickly.
Right.
So I would have to think that if these guys all were out in the cold and never tried to get inside, date rape drug, because they'd be delirious. They wouldn't know that they're cold, and before it'd be too late because at a certain body temperature you're going to go into cardiac arrest.
Yeah, a lot of plants are deadly, huh? Lily of the Valley is deadly, Libra Moon says. Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah.
Shout out to you and your girl. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for calling in too. And
She's sleeping, watching you every morning.
That's what's up. Shout out to
running
you,
in. Yo, she told me CNN said that CNN might be in some trouble because they put out some crazy stuff talking about some of these people have been cremated already.
Oh,
and that was tonight. So they might be in trouble as far as lawsuit.
Well, we'll see what goes down. We'll see what goes
Because
down.
that don't make sense to me. Because ain't no family gonna go out and get someone to do their own toxicology and then they were already cremated. So
wow. Well, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice, my man. Make sure you lock your door. Shout out to you and your girl. I appreciate y'all tuning in,
man,
and look forward to hearing from both of y'all again.
The only thing coming through my door is deer, bro. I moved out of the city a long time ago. I moved out of the city a couple months ago. I seen how the world was going. I was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Well, make sure you protect yourself.
I'm in the world, but I'm not from this world.
Well, shout out to you, my man. Stay safe. I look forward to hearing from you again, my boy. So shout out there. Make sure you lock your doors. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you. Caller is on 201. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, this T-REV?
Yes, sir. What's going on? You are
Oh,
live on the air. Well, let's hear from you, brother. Do you think that this is foul play, or do you think it's an accident? This new video footage coming out. What's your thoughts on that? I mean, let's hear it.
Can I bring a totally new perspective to this?
Let's hear
I think following the last caller, I think it's perfect because I agree with everything he said because he brought a lot of facts about different types of drugs and what happened. You know, all these things. Can I bring you an NFL standpoint? And nobody has talked about this.
Let's hear it, brother. Bring that NFL standpoint.
Okay.
Let us know who's winning.
Who are the craziest animals in the world? NFL fans. They go hard. Who goes harder than NFL fans?
Interesting.
Am I wrong?
I'm a big NFL fan, you know.
Well, no, but have you seen NFL fans? They're crazy, right? I mean, do they go hard? Who goes harder than NFL fans? Maybe soccer fans, but I'm just saying they're right up there, right?
Bing bang.
And nobody's talking about this. So I've already driven home from work from the stadium and seen people in the snow sleeping coming home from an NFL game, and I've had to stop and call the cops so they're safe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody's talked about this at all. Think about it. Here's another thing. I live in Jersey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And think of the weather in Kansas City. I've been all over the country, so I can tell you weather. And you know when it's cold. When I'm in Syracuse for 2 weeks and I come back to Jersey, Kansas City's been -7, 3 degrees, 0 degrees, 10 degrees. When it hits 40, I come back from Syracuse, I'm in a T-shirt in 40. Why would anybody bring a freaking jacket outside in 40 degrees in Kansas City? That's a freaking summer heat storm, right? That's a summer heat wave.
Interesting.
Right? Am I wrong?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's definitely not. I felt
it's a summer heat wave.
Definitely gonna be worried. I mean, I'm here. It's -30s and all different types of shit now.
Yeah, and it was what, 35, 40, 45 that day and the day after? Why would you go outside in a jacket? You're wearing a T-shirt. You're sweating. I mean, people aren't factoring in when it goes, I've been in 0 degrees in Minnesota. When it hits 17, I'm like, whoa, freaking warm as hell today. You follow me? So if you're in 10 degrees, 3 degrees, -7, 10 degrees, right? And then it's 45, you're wearing shorts, right? Yeah, I know. I worked for the NFL for 20 years, so that's the reason why.
Who's your favorite team?
I don't have a team. I work for the Giants. It's whoever I work for, and I have friends in the league. Like, I love Dan Campbell a lot. I know him really well, and I root for the Giants, but I don't work there anymore, so I don't really care. I mean,
So
I'm
you
hoping.
think the NFL's behind it?
NFL's behind it in what way? The NFL doesn't care unless they can make money on it. So they don't give a shit about this. That's why they're not talking about it, right? Who cares about it? Do you think this is something on their agenda? They want to make money. There's no money in this, right? It has nothing to do with it. What it has to do with is NFL fans go so hard that I'll take it as the next step of what I think. They go so hard that I think the 4 of them, now they're Midwesterners, some of the finest people in the world, right? I mean, they're good people. So it's hard for me to believe that whatever 1 did, 2 did, 3 did, 4 did. They all did the same thing, right? This is my opinion. They're good people. I don't see, like, maybe on the coast, you get a guy stabbing, 3 guys stabbing 1 guy in the back. In KC, they all take bullets for each other, right? That's how I feel from the people I've met traveling the country. So they were just going so hard. Remember, 3 o'clock they started, right? 3 o'clock. So you know how it starts. Tailgating starts about 7 a.m. for a 3 o'clock game. So by 3 o'clock, you're already totally annihilated. Then you get annihilated some more, right? And then somebody comes over with more stuff, and then you're like, dude, let's do this too. And then they did it. So the guy that came over, in my opinion, showed up and is like, man, you guys are fucking crazy, fucking stupid football fans. Like, grow up. And he left because the 4 of them were so messed up. So whatever the guy said before with them just going like in and out, that could where they could end up outside, and they could have went outside on their own because it's 45 degrees. And then if it was that drug or date rape, they could have slept there all night. And then the guy got up in the morning because he did the same thing happened to him. He was in the house, got up, saw them, probably didn't get up till 5 o'clock, right? Got scared shit, went back to bed because he's like, what do I do now? It's already been, 12, 15 hours? Like, what do I do now? Woke up the next day, boom, woman comes over. He knows about it, but he's like, shit, I would have called it in 15 hours late anyway. And he was probably devastated because remember, boys in the Midwest are boys, right? They all take a bullet for each other. So that's basically what I think. So it was just a really, really sad thing that happened. Football fans going to, like, remember when Kelsey sang, you got to fight for your right to party? I was like, Jesus, don't party too hard in Kansas City. And I'm not even joking because, that's what it's all about, man. It's the NFL is a party, bro. It's entertainment. It's a party. It's the greatest party ever.
But I mean, it wasn't like that when we were playing football, and as kids, it wasn't scripted or anything like people make it out.
Oh, I'm not saying. No.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't say it was scripted.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying today, like people claim it's scripted. Football is scripted for money, blah 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 blah. But at the same time, it wasn't like that.
No, listen to me. Listen, I'm going to tell you. No, don't listen to anybody. Anybody
in high school. You know what I mean? It wasn't that then. We were tackling the shit out of each other.
Whoa. Don't compare middle school and high school football to an NFL. You can't.
No.
Don't even
compare.
compare.
I'm saying in general, when they play, some people say, I've seen some people hit me up and say, I think the NFL scripted. And I'm like, my response to that is, back then, it wasn't like that. I don't know.
No. It was always the same bullshit. Listen to me. Go watch refereeing in 19. Mark Clayton on the Dolphins. His first touchdown, I believe, that he caught was in Baltimore. He was 5 yards out of bounds. He caught a touchdown. His last touchdown was in Milwaukee. Favre threw it to him. He was out of bounds. That's 2 touchdowns where he was out of bounds. It's just we have HD cameras and everything's scrutinized.
What's the
and everybody's
main
got Twitter.
thing with the NFL angle here, though? Where does it come into play for you? What's the angle?
Oh, it just comes in where the guys partied hard because it was an NFL game day.
Bang bong.
And you start 6 in the morning, and by 3 o'clock you're annihilated. So these aren't like regular men. And then it's 40. They're like zombies. And then that one dude came in and was like, "You guys are just so messed up. I don't know why you do this every NFL Sunday."
Yeah.
And then boom, one guy goes to sleep inside, the other guys go outside. They're in t-shirts because they don't think it's cold. It's 45 degrees. That's hot, right? So
right, especially if you
me.
partied, right? You go out to smoke a quick cigarette, and you could do that in your if you got a nice little, you got some alcohol running through you can go out there and puff a cigarette in short sleeve shirts and feel fine.
Yeah, remember what I said also. When I'm in 0 degrees in Minnesota, right?
Yes, sir.
And it gets to 17, I'm like, man, it's beautiful out today. So if it was 10, 3, 2, and it's 45, they might be in shorts, for God's sakes. And that contributes to them freezing to death because they don't think they're going to stay out there. But like your last caller said, it's amazing that he came up with a date rape or whatever, because that's where it just kept them out there. And somehow that Willis guy was lucky he stayed in the house. That's it.
Yeah.
And he's probably devastated, sick to his stomach, but there's nothing he can do because he was just as messed up as them, but he stayed in the house and somehow they ended up outside. And that's just the unfortunate thing. If they could have all stayed in the house, they probably all would have lived because they all froze to death. But for those reasons that I said and the previous caller said, that's my opinion.
Oh, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Nice hearing from you.
Hey, I appreciate you taking the call because I really have, it was really important to me to explain to you because I had a totally different angle, and I appreciate you listening.
I'm glad you broke that down too. So I get exactly what you're saying. I get exactly.
Yeah. And people don't see it from this side also. Because being that I worked for over 20 years, everybody that talks, it's like, can I give you one more quick example? I always say, like, if I talk NFL football with somebody, I don't ever do it because I didn't really talk football here. I was talking more just what I witnessed around football fans and how crazy they are. Anytime I talk football with somebody, everybody always tells me that they know better. But it's like me when I fly to Vegas for the Super Bowl, like if the guy who lands the plane, I'm like, hey, man, he hit that landing gear a little too soon. Man, I got to tweet about this. Man, what is he doing? Oh, my God, he's coming in too far to the left. I learned about this when I was watching a YouTube video. Like, nobody questions a pilot, right? You don't sit don't question somebody that's an expert in sports or in NFL or whatever it is. You don't know anything, honestly. I mean, I don't want to like criticize, but we're experts. I'm not me specifically, but I mean, don't criticize like experts. Like, there's real experts out there, and compare that to somebody who knows nothing about the NFL. It's a big thing, and trust me, it's all run as top shelf as it can be because they want to stay on top and want to keep making money. So that's all they care about. They're not going to hurt their product ever. It's not worth it ever. It's never, ever, ever worth it to hurt your product because they have the best product and you make the most money. Right? So anybody tells you that, be like, why would they ever hurt their product? They got money rolling in. All they want to do is just keep it rolling in. But that's just like,
brother. I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get some more callers in. Thank you for your perspective, your angle. I breaking down your theory, your thoughts. I hope
thank
you have a good night.
let me lock your door. Who's your Super Bowl?
Oh man, I appreciate him calling in. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. I'm trying to get everybody through. I got the timer. I let him get his little second through. Shout out to you. I'll hear from you again soon. 414, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, Doreen from Wisconsin.
Yes.
Listen, I just listened to your last caller, and no disrespect or nothing, but I'm telling you, talk about party hard for games and the whole thing. I've done it for years. I'm going to be 65 in April. I've done it for years. I bartended, everything. Never saw 3 people fall over and freeze to death. Never. I mean, drunk, high, whatever, out in the cold for games, the whole thing never happened. I have seen some crazy crap out in the cold and never happened. So I am just I am just blown away by some of these people, and no disrespect, that go, you know, they partied hard and they fell out and they froze to death or whatever. No, not 3 people, not 3 people, and not all at once. No. And the other crazy thing is, I saw the pictures of the vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been enough snow by the time that girl broke in that house to see just the one on the porch and not see the others.
Yeah.
They probably were covered. They probably were covered. And this whole thing with Jordan X speaking up, I'm going to tell you something. I grew up on the north side of Milwaukee. I'm going to tell you something. I've seen a lot of stuff. I bartended for over 22 years when I was younger. I saw a lot of stuff. If that would have been my home, and I had parties at my home. I used to have open Thanksgiving parties. Anybody that didn't have nowhere to go came to my house. The deal was, you don't do drugs in my house. You bring what you want to drink, blah, blah, blah. I saw so much crap back in the 80s. I'm telling you straight out that this whole thing don't make no sense. This don't make no sense at all. It doesn't make any sense. It's just 3 people falling out like that. No way. I'm not accusing Jordan or anyone, but these guys were poisoned. They were poisoned. I have seen shit I can't even talk about. I'll take it to my grave. Nothing like this. These guys were poisoned. They were poisoned. What? I don't know. But they were poisoned. I mean, this is crazy. This is just crazy. It is. It's just, and then the vehicles being on the street the way they were.
So you believe you believe they were poisoned?
They were poisoned by some. Absolutely. Okay. I do not believe they knew what they were taking. And the other thing is their vehicles being on the street. That is a perfect sign to me they were planning on going home afterwards. Otherwise, if you're planning to stay overnight by someone's house, you're going to put your vehicles in their driveway. I mean, I have parties out at my house all the time. And I tell people, you've been drinking, you're staying. You're going to keep your vehicles. I have a circle driveway. You're going to keep your vehicles, you know, up by the other garage, or we call it the barn, whatever. But you're going to keep your vehicles in my driveway, you know? I mean,
so you're putting them there. I don't care.
Right. We'll figure it out in the morning. We'll all have another beer and figure it out. But you're putting them in my driveway. They're not going to be on the street. They were planning on going home.
Wow.
That's truly what I believe. They were planning on going home. That's why their vehicles were on the street. I mean, this whole thing is the saddest, most bizarre thing. And I follow you, and I can't get over this because it don't make sense. It don't make sense. My husband's an IT guy for hospitals. He's an IT specialist for hospitals all over the United States. And even he said, okay, this guy's a scientist, whatever, he works from home. He's an IT specialist. That's what he is. He's a glorified IT specialist. That's what he is. He has degrees in this and degrees in that. So does my husband. That doesn't mean he had access to chemicals, but it does mean he was scared shitless and wanted to hang on to his job. And something happened. Something happened. You know, and the whole thing, these three grown men with families and the whole thing, you can tell by the pictures looking at them. These aren't your everyday drug addicts or whatever. I grew up around drug addicts. These guys were working guys. This is not something that they're going to do and you know, say, well, you know, maybe. No, it ain't a maybe. They got poisoned. And Jordan, I don't know, man. I don't know what the scoop is there with him, but I would be curious why, after 6 months, was he leaving his place? Was he evicted or what? And he was there only 6 months. Where was he before that? Because he makes good money. I know what my husband makes. I'm sure he makes good money. And if that was a government-funded program, well, my husband works for a government program. And what he had to do to get in there is unbelievable. And so I bet you this Jordan is scared shitless, and sure he lawyered up and everything. But to say he didn't know these guys were in his yard for, I don't know. Something's not right. Something's still not right. I don't know.
I got to ask you this, as somebody who's watched, if it comes back in the next couple weeks that they OD'd, what do you think?
Right.
Where you move on?
Oh, I'm sure it's going to come back that they OD, but what did they OD on, and where did it come from? How did they get it? I'm sure
what if they come out with an explanation? Well, okay, they come out, they hit a presser when the tox comes back, and they say, these friends went out a night of partying, whatever, they had whatever, and this is what transpired, and they give you a full story. Would you be able to accept that?
No, because who's giving that presser? Unless Jordan.
No, I'm saying the police. The police are. I'm saying the police. Let's say the police come out with a presser after.
Okay,
and tell me, you, and everybody, this was an accident, or this was an accidental overdose. He did not know they were there. He was under the same drug. You know what I mean?
They're going to do that by their findings, yes, but that doesn't mean that's how it went down. I had a friend years ago that they said committed suicide, and my whole neighborhood knew he was murdered. But the police said, no, it was suicide. It was suicide. And we all said, no, we know he was murdered. They didn't want to investigate any further. That was like probably, oh God, I'm 60, going to be 65. So it was probably 45 years ago. And to this day, the people I talk with, we all still know he was murdered. We know who did it, but the police say, nope, he committed suicide. They can write whatever they want. And don't get me wrong, I have a lot of friends that are police. I think I told you in my last thing, I've worked and assisted on cases with police psychically. But I'm telling you that this whole case is weirder than shit. Something's not adding up. It's just not adding up. Unless Jordan is a major alcoholic, cannot function, passes out for God knows what, 40 hours or 36 hours, or I don't care how long it is. I mean, this don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And if that happened, how does he do his job? Because my husband, I'll tell you what, cannot drink and do his job. He does not drink and do his job because it's so intense. And, he has an office at home. I don't even bother him when he's working except to take him lunch or whatever in his office. It's that intense. And like he said, I could kill people if I screw something up here. I'm in charge of all this and that and writing programs and dealing with pharmacists. And this is across the United States hospitals. He says, I can't drink and screw this up. I can't do that. So how does this Jordan, he's out for how many days?
That's what I'm saying. So what is your final thoughts on this before I move on to the next caller?
I think they were poisoned. I don't think they knew what hit them. I don't think it's something they snorted or intentionally took. I think it was put into something. And I don't know where this is going to go, but this whole thing is not right. My question is, Jordan's moving after 6 months. He's only been in that place 6 months. Where was he before that? Is this a pattern with him that he moves around? That's the weird thing that I'm picking up on. Is this a pattern that he moves around? Something isn't right here. Not right. Just not right.
And we'll see. I appreciate you calling in with your thoughts, your theories, and being a voice in the community, man. And I know you say you were from Wisconsin. Shout out to my people in here from Wisconsin. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
Okay, T-REV. Take care. Love
You
you.
too, man.
Bye-bye.
Make sure you lock your doors up, okay? Before you lay down.
I do, honey. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out to her beautiful phone caller. I appreciate her. 219-885-9693. 207. You're on.
Thank you for being a voice in the community, and I look forward to
Can you hear me?
again.
207. I'm not doing that. If you got that shit playing through like that, I'm gonna bang on you. 219-885-9693. No way. 702. I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You are live. What's going on?
What up, T-REV? How you doing, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I see what you're doing, man. I like your stuff, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my opinion. I feel for the families and stuff. I could only imagine what they're going through, and yeah, they definitely deserve answers. But I think the guys that overdosed or the guys that died at the house, I think they were just probably casual drug users. It seems like. And that's why the mom, when they interviewed her, she mentions I didn't have money for that stuff. It's probably known that they were probably dabbled in that kind of stuff, and no parent or family wants to say, hey, my loved one died this way, of an overdose. It could be kind of embarrassing and stuff, but I think that's how they died, and hopefully, the homeowner, whatever this guy's name is,
The renter.
hopefully,
Renter.
Yeah.
He only rented it.
All right. Well, yeah, everybody's like blaming him and stuff already. It's like, obviously the cops talked to him, and so they're not going to just let somebody that's guilty just roam the streets like that. So but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I feel the same way. They wouldn't, and they said his story checked out so far.
And that's the thing. Like everybody says, oh, like I see a lot of comments like, oh, they need to investigate it. Well, I mean, they did have an investigation. I'm pretty sure. They investigated whatever they did, and now whether it was a good investigation or not, that's another debate. But to say they didn't investigate is like, that's they did, and it's still ongoing, obviously. But yeah, that's all I had to say, man. Everybody lock your doors and have a good year.
You too.
And I'll call you back later.
No doubt, brother. God bless. Lock your doors. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. Again, if you are just coming in, this is a video of Jordan being detained while they search. He did give him consent to search the house, as from we read. He did go down and was questioned. So, I mean, he went down there without an attorney and talked to police also. So I do take that into consideration also, that not only was he taken down to the station, and that he did talk to the police too. 256, you're in the mix. Talk to me. 256 wasn't having it. Like, no way.
Oh my God.
Count said what? They all had a past history of drug use, relapses, likely when had been a user before. Absolutely. That's something that you got to take in consideration here too. He was in cuffs in that cop car. 507, what's going on? You're live. Can you hear me?
Hey, T-REV.
Yes, ma'am.
It's Mama Jess again.
What's going on, Mama Jess? Talk to us.
The guy with the GHB talk and that, I didn't think about it until he come up with it, but I do specifically remember when I was younger partying, I went out with a friend of mine and she recorded it. I didn't know until the next morning and I woke up in the hospital, but apparently someone had slipped GHB into my drink and I went ahead and did a polar bear plunge in Silver Lake, Rochester, Minnesota, in the middle of December. So, because I was hot, apparently, is what I said on the video. So, I think this guy's got something going on. That's all I really wanted to add in before I go to bed.
He said, I think he's got something going on. Who? You're talking about Jordan?
No, I'm talking about the guy I was talking about, the GHB. I think he's got.
He's talking about the GHB.
I think he's got a point to it.
Now everybody's
And I
talking.
do
That's what sparked up the large GHB conversation in chat. GHB is big time in KC. Pin Needle says in chat.
Yeah, it's really bad here in Missouri. I mean, it could be fentanyl. Fentanyl is being found laced in everything now. But GHB takes longer and you overheat and you want to go and cool off. And they could have gone outside to cool off and mess around, and it got too much and their bodies decided it was time to go out.
Interesting.
It would explain the guy sitting in the chair who was smoking a cigarette cooling off. The two were out in the yard screwing around, cooling off, whatever the case may be. And that was it.
I'm with people. I understand what a lot of people are saying too. They're saying, why is everyone surprised that everything is laced now and the possibility of dying is high? And that's true.
I actually had a good friend of mine. He was a heroin addict. And he slipped. He went and got heroin, and it was laced with fentanyl. Him and his sister both took it. And apparently they both passed out. She woke up and he never did.
From GHB?
And they were both inside. No, that was fentanyl laced heroin.
Okay, you're talking about fentanyl laced heroin. Yeah, that shit's out. It's everywhere.
But the GHB is what I went on.
GHB makes you real hot. People sometimes take clothes off. Damn.
I stripped down, kind of embarrassing, but I stripped down to my bra and underwear when I did the polar bear plunge in December.
We want to see the caller's polar bear plunge video.
It never went public. I made my friend delete it that morning in the hospital. But she recorded it to prove to me what I was doing, because I didn't remember anything.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it.
So the guy with the GHB, it dawned on me he could be very correct on that. And it can hit you as hard as you're done in a matter of minutes, or you overheat and go do something stupid and you're done within an hour.
Call Dago.
It all depends on how much you took. Intentionally or not intentionally.
I'm good. I'll pass on all that.
Yeah, we don't go there.
I'd rather not find out. You know what I mean?
No, you don't want to find out.
I've been down my road in my path to recovery. I don't want to go. I'm not about to turn my car around and go back down the same road. I'm good on that. I felt that pain. I understand that pain, and I understand anybody going through it. The only way to get rid of that type of pain is to remove your whole entire group around you and get them farther away from you. And you got to get clean immediately. That's the only thing.
People, places, and things has to change if you're going to get clean.
Absolutely. You got to drop all those friends, everybody. You got to be, it's a commitment that you have to make, and nobody can make you make it but you.
But I was only drinking at the bar that night. I never really endeavored in a lot outside of weed. And that was, like I said, it was slipped into my drink.
Oh yeah, I'm not looking back. That shit's over. That's a chapter. We're good. That shit's done with.
Well, stay clean, stay safe.
Absolutely. You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice tonight. I appreciate your theories, your thoughts. God bless you, man.
You too.
We want to see that polar plunge video though. So if you do find it, you want to take it out the archives, we'll play it.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Something ain't right. 215, you're live. Talk to me.
All right, man. So here's what I gotta say, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, my fault. I had to mute that up.
No, you're good.
Right.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate
My
that.
fault, my man.
Nah,
I
you're good.
apologize. I'm trying to get through, but anyhow,
You're good.
so I'm gonna make this real quick for you. All right. So there's organizations out there, right? That if they figure out that you figured out how to break down the Xylazine, they're coming for you. So in other words, now this is a wild accusation. I'm not trying to say that this is what happened. Okay, it is not. I'm not trying to say anything like that. But there are organizations out there. If this dude's any type of scientist, chemist, whatever, if you can break down that Xylazine and you get it out there, they're gonna come for you, and you're either gonna have a choice. And you know what? It feels something like that. Just a thought, man. Just a thought.
Shit, man. So what are you thinking happens here? Are you thinking this is an accident, foul play involved, or just?
Well, yeah. I mean,
I
don't think anybody meant for this to. I don't know. Maybe, who knows? It's all up in the air, man. Nobody really knows. You're not gonna know. But for the way that it's being treated, like real, everything's just so up in the air. A lot of secrecy behind it. It feels funny. It just feels funny. Like I know in Philly, right, that the organizations will come for you if you're able to take that liquid and turn it into powder, and if you mess with that powder or anything, and you're not involved with them, they are coming for you, and that's it. I mean, so they could have said, okay, well, we can use this dude, and went ahead and handled some things. Now, I know it's far-fetched, but it could happen. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's definitely. It's just a thought, like you said.
Just a thought, you know what I mean? Sometimes things ain't always what they appear.
Somebody said, I'm confused. What does he mean? What do you mean? Tell the people what you mean, brother.
All right. So, if everybody's saying about the fentanyl. All right. So Xylazine is another precursor that they're putting in the.
What is the name another? How do we spell that?
I don't know how to spell it, man. It's a horse. It's horse tranquilizer. It's trank.
Okay. You're talking about trank. Okay, so again, ladies and gentlemen, he's talking about trank. Got you. Now,
I apologize. I'm talking about the trank. So
no, you're good, brother. Bring it back now.
It's called Xylazine.
Xylazine.
Right? Yeah, and that's what puts you out.
Okay.
It's not, the fentanyl doesn't put you out. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, of course it will. Absolutely will. I'm not saying anybody should, mess with it is lethal, like by any means.
I just wanted, I wanted to hear what you were saying. So Xylazine, and they put it in. Yeah. They put it in fentanyl.
They whack the fentanyl with it. Yeah, that's why the people are falling over in Kensington. Like I heard somebody the other night talking about Kensington. It's not just fentanyl. They got the Xylazine in there. They're whacking that. They're whacking the fentanyl with that, and it's deadly as hell. There's no, you can't come back from that. You're not like, there's no what's that shit they use to bring you back?
Narcan, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't it Narcan?
It's like, Narcan is damn near ineffective up against that. And I don't know, man. It just, like I said, man, there's organizations, man, out there that if they find out that you're getting it and you're bringing it in because they're making tons of money on just that. Like they shut down like Jersey, Philly, like there's a lot of like in tri-state area that they shut down a lot of veterinarians, man, because they were getting it either not through them specifically, but they would be a smaller plug to the plug, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So like, and that shit will put you down like that.
Damn, bro, I'm glad I don't fuck with nothing no more. Like,
yeah,
I've been
exactly,
through my
man.
stage. I'm glad that I'm glad I got, because with all this shit that's coming out, with they're cutting everything with fentanyl and all this trank shit you're talking about.
It's wild.
I'm
It's
glad I'm
wild,
out
bro.
of there.
It's wild.
Damn. So,
but
are you thinking that? Are you speculating that that's what they possibly got their hands on? Possibly.
I'm just saying it could be. It could. I mean, anything's possible, right? I mean,
how much is that going around right now, though? Like, how much fentanyl is going around, and are you hearing with it being laced with trank?
Oh, all of it, and especially down Kensington, without a doubt, all of it.
Damn.
All of it. There's people coming from Baltimore. Oh, they're coming from states away to go live on Kensington Avenue, bro, because they want this. And the sad sick thing about it is that when somebody sees somebody else. Now, I never realized what, like, all right, so a dude told me this, because I've never messed with that shit. But this dude told me he was a hardcore addict, but when he was clean, he was good. So when I was talking to him, he was clean. And he told me, look, man, if people see somebody OD, they go looking for that dealer, because, and this is just back when it was just H. Okay? Because they think that person has the best, the good. But it's not. They're getting hot doses. You know what I mean?
He said the good.
But in the psyche of what they're going through or whatever, they think that they're going to the promised land, but they're really taking that trip forever.
Damn, that's crazy. Xylazine, he said Xylazine. What is huge in Detroit right now? That's wild. Everybody needs to watch out, man.
It's going to work its way around. It's working its way around because
the population control out here. What's going on? Stay away,
dude. Do the math on it. They legalized weed and brought something bigger and better. I mean, took the opiates off the streets, right?
It's definitely
and brought this in. So I mean, big business, man.
Only if you could get everybody to understand that you could be happy without drugs. Just only if you could have everyone understand that, bro. Like we would not be going through a lot of this. I feel like if we could just get people to,
dude, if we could all just
drug, you don't need this drug to wake up every day and to be the demon on your back to fuck your life up every day because you have a addiction to a drug, and that's what it does. It's essentially going to steal everything from you, and
it takes your soul.
Man, you got to be able to get over that hump. If you can't, you got to understand that you could be happy. You remember being a kid and feeling that rush of being happy? You could feel that again. That's there. You need to they feel like at that time that you'll never feel that again. And you will. But you got to be able to get through these 60 days or these 90 days. You're going to have to get through this. You put yourself in this predicament. Now let's get up out of this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? If we just thought more like that as a country, we would do better. You know what I mean? Everybody's crabs in a bucket, trying to grab onto the next one to get up over the top. And if we just treat it,
my addictions and shit that I've been through and what I had to do to get rid of it, I'll talk about it when it's completed fully all the way and sealed shut. We'll talk about it because people definitely need to hear it, and I feel like people need to hear it more.
Absolutely, man.
That it's not the end, in that you going through a situation right now is not your downfall. It is not your downfall. It may feel like it at the moment. You may feel like you've lost everything.
Trust me, it'll make you stronger.
It definitely makes you stronger. 100%.
It'll make you stronger. It'll make your family stronger. If you show up for your family and do what's right for you, you're doing more than you know. You're doing more than you know just by showing up for your family and doing what you got to do for you.
Going cold turkey treatment after being clean for 6 months. That's good, Rob. I'm glad you were able to go cold turkey. Not a lot of people can do that. Not a lot of people can
Hey,
do that. It's a
salute to that. Salute to that,
It's a
man.
substitution type world right now where one thing is being substituted for the other now. So you got all these different things coming out that mock another drug, and people are
It's crazy. Yep.
You know what I mean? But bro, I
It's
appreciate
sad,
you
man.
calling in. Thank you,
Sad.
brother.
I appreciate you. Thanks, man.
God bless you, man. Have a good night. Shout out to I appreciate him calling in. 219-885-9693. A video came out tonight where Jordan was seen being detained, going down for questioning, as we know and read before from the lawyer. The lawyer said that he went down there and talked to them with no lawyer and let them search the house. And now we're seeing the video footage come out from a neighbor who obviously lives across the street. 519, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, what's up, my man?
What's up, brother?
It's Rob from Ontario.
What's going on, man? How you doing tonight?
Not bad. So after you showed that video of the neighbor,
yeah.
First question is, he saw the one woman coming from his backyard.
Mm-hmm.
From that angle, how does he see somebody coming from the backyard, really? Second of all, he said that he saw an ambulance driving by, but there's no damn ambulance anywhere around there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say he's bullshitting, but I'm going to say he probably didn't see maybe the first part he just caught this. But I did some research as people were talking and stuff, and actually Narcan, naloxone, whatever you want to call it, it's actually effective against all and every opioid. And Trank is an opioid, which would be effective against that. It's pretty much what I wanted to say in that retrospect. Just for, some people's education. But yeah, like it's 100% the opioid crisis in North America, especially. I can't speak for any other country. Is absolutely horrible. And I saw somebody mention in the chat about crocodile. If you want to talk about a screwy goddamn drug you hope never gets around anybody you love, that's it. Like, it literally eats away at your skin. It's like a flesh-eating nonsense that I saw a documentary on it. And, like, there's everything from, like, diesel gas to like, everything under the sun and that shit. So, if you ever know anybody that's addicted to that or around that shit, man, get them help. But, yeah, and here's the other thing, too. So, all of a sudden, the one brother-in-law came out and said the person was sitting up in a chair.
Right.
Where did he get that? So 3 weeks later, he gets that information.
I'm pretty sure he probably.
Where would he get that?
Beyonce.
Yeah. So how come he's just? I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I guess more or less. I'm curious. Was Alex fully cleared by the police? Because something tells me like they released Jordan. Fine, great, whatever.
Yeah, they
but there's been no talk about
that night for questioning, but they released them.
Yeah, but what about Alex?
Yeah, that's a great question. Great question. Love that.
And the other thing that this person that did the interview with this video, he said originally he said those cars were there all weekend, but then a minute later he said he was gone hunting. So how would he know they're there all weekend?
Interesting.
So yeah, and yeah, Frank is a opioid. So pretty much fentanyl, what it is, it's a form of a tranquilizer designed for elephants. And the street name for that pretty much is car fentanyl, which is a little bit of a step up from the normal standard fentanyl, I guess. But yeah, it's Frank is an opioid. And yeah, so just a couple things I wanted to call in. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, the only thing Narcan doesn't work against is, I guess, if you want to call them stimulants like cocaine and stuff like that. But yeah,
I'm looking. I've never. Somebody said it in chat, so I was like, "What?"
Yeah, that's what I just.
Trank is a powerful sedative.
Increasingly found in opioid deaths.
Interesting.
I'll forward you the article if you want.
I got a few people in chat saying Trank's not an opioid. He's wrong. No, bro. Nope. Poor elephants. I don't know. I've never looked it up, so I can't tell you. But,
yeah. But yeah,
from what I'm looking at,
I'll let you go for now, and I'm gonna email you that article.
Yeah, definitely.
And
article.
yeah, man. Yeah, so that's being sent right now. So I'll hang up and I'll let you look into that and get to your next caller, buddy.
No,
but have a good night, though.
You too,
and
brother.
bring back Joey.
Yeah,
find a way to get that guy back on. He was the light of the night.
Yeah, and everybody's talking about that guy today. Emails. I'm laughing.
Right. Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in, man. I'll be.
Sorry. One more thing before I let you go, and it just crossed my mind again. That guy that he knows somebody that's doing work on the case. Was it released before that they were at Alex's house? So I just remember them saying they were at another house before they went back to Jordan's.
I did hear that they were at Alex's house. Yes, I did hear that.
Okay, I just heard another house. I never heard the person's name until that guy mentioned it tonight. So I was just curious about that. I'm like, wow, he just leaked something important. So yeah, man. But anyways, I'll let you look out for that email, and I'm going to listen to the rest of your show, bro.
No doubt, brother. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Lock your doors. Shout out to you for calling in. If you want to take part of the show, make sure you call in 219-885-9693. Way up. 318. It's never too late. Talk to me.
Hey, I called you a couple of nights ago. I've got a couple of little things I want to see if maybe you know the answers to.
Okay.
The video. We had the new video just come out.
Yes,
but it's been 3 weeks. So why would this person not have come out with this before? Because he found out about it the next day. Why wait 3 weeks to let it go?
That's a good point.
Okay. And I noticed something else from the video that you keep looping on there. That's this video that this neighbor had made. That they all had apparently been to other get-togethers, parties, places prior to showing up at this house.
Yes, ma'am.
But the vehicles are pointed in two different directions. Would they not have been coming from the same place if they had all been going together? They wasn't all going to fit in the same vehicle.
I mean, that's a good point, too.
Okay, and another thing.
But, I mean, the two vehicles are, I'm pretty sure, seen in that video.
Correct, right. But they're both pointed in different directions. But if they're coming from the same places to go to this one guy's house, why are the vehicles
pulled up later?
Yeah, but they'd be coming from the same place they all just left from.
Correct.
To get them. So they should be both pointing in the same direction.
I guess, but not necessarily. That doesn't mean somebody could have went down the street, turned around, and parked in a different direction.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know what I
but,
mean? How many times are we saying let's park in formation? We never talk like that. We got formation, guys. You make sure you turn around and I mean, it never goes like that, right?
No, but I just meant that if you're both coming from the same house and I'm pulling up behind you, why am I pointing in the opposite direction? So anyway, that was just something weird.
No, I get what you're saying. But then I think of other things too. Like one maybe stopped at a gas station, got some blunt wraps or some beer.
Right.
Shot to the house. Next thing you know, he's pulling around. He comes and parks in front. They're parked there. They just get out, go in. I see it happen like that. You know.
Okay.
But then I just think of those type of angles too.
Okay, so another thing. So the guy that left at midnight, did he ever say why he left at midnight? That was the house they originally started at, correct?
Yeah. They said that Alex left at midnight, but I don't know. Now I'm seeing other things.
Why?
I don't know what it is. No.
And then why the guy that was renting the house said that, well, he didn't walk the other three out until 1:30. Well, if y'all are all there having a party, I understand some people need to leave. They've got to get up and go to work in the next morning. But he never came out and said why he left at midnight. Hey, did he want to get home so he could go to work the next day? Did he go to work the next day? We don't know that either. We know that those three didn't. And one last thing. The dogs. Alex said the dogs were there. Other guy said no, his dad had them. Well, the dogs are either there or they're not. And the police, if they were there, would have found them when they got there. Dogs never mentioned, or the police never mentioned anything about dogs being in the house or in the yard or anywhere on the premises. So either the dogs were there or they weren't. But one's saying that they were and one's saying that they weren't.
Exactly. I
But
think that's a good point. That's another thing that I kept bringing up. What's up with the dog?
Yeah, the police could have verified if the dogs were there.
For sure.
And then maybe you might know who to believe.
That's what I was trying to say the other day. I'm like, maybe your CCTV could show that if they were there that night, or if he, so he would have to take them. If Alex left that night at 12 and they were there, that means that the dogs would have had to go to his dad's or whatever, right? That's what that means.
Which means his dad would have had to showed up at some time to get the dogs. Or he would have had them left to bring the dogs to his dad. Had the dogs been there that night and they weren't when the police showed up.
Right.
Or either if he's telling the truth and the dogs were at his dad's, the dogs would not be there when the police showed up, and they would have said, hey, we didn't find the dogs. We didn't see the dogs. So then at that point, then you might know which one of the two guys is actually telling the truth about whether the dogs were there or they weren't.
Yeah, that's
anyway, just something weird.
That's the point. Like I was getting at the other night. I'm still torn with that because he says the dogs were there now, and they made a big deal out of that shit.
Right. And these are two pit bulls. So I've had a pit bull before. You're not going to have the police show up at your house with two pit bulls and them not know the behavior of these two pit bulls and them not have to detain them.
They go, a lot of people go, where do the pit bulls come into play at? They come into play of having to go to the bathroom. That's
correct.
Into play at.
Oh yeah, you're not having two pit bulls in your house that don't have to go pee or potty.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what.
And if they didn't, then that mess would be all in the house.
They're gonna find a garbage can or piss on your back door.
Oh yeah, or right in the middle of your rug.
Exactly, and that's just the truth, and that's why I keep talking about it. That's why I keep saying, were the dogs there or not? Who is Alex?
Correct.
Telling the truth about that, or is
never came forward and said the dogs were there or the dogs were not.
I see you, Danielle. I'm looking for it, but I don't see that for some reason. I don't see that email.
But anyway, well, look, I'll let you go. I just those few things have just been on my mind.
Very good points. I don't see her email. She keeps saying she emailed me, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah. Try again. Try to send it again. I'm not seeing it.
Okay, well, look, I'm gonna let you go so the next caller can get you.
God bless you, man. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice of the community.
Stay safe, lock your doors.
Yes, lock your doors. 219-885-9693. What really happened here?
I was like, oh my goodness, something serious.
So your red flags were going off in that moment, but even before that, right? Because you saw some of these victims' cars that were.
Ooh. 618. It's never too late. Talk to me.
Oh, hi.
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Oh, okay. I have some questions. For one thing, why was the door locked, the back door locked, if they just stepped outside? Somebody would have had to lock the door, and I don't think they locked themselves out. And another thing is, those cars, don't they have snow plows to where they have to move the car? Judging from the amount of snow, you'd think a snow plow would, come down the street, like alternate parking for the plows to get through, but they were there for a night and some days, couple nights, couple days. So,
I mean, I can see how much snow right here is on the ground.
Yeah, there's snow.
So they would be covered, the two that are in the open.
Right, they're on the street. So don't you think the snow plows would want to get through?
That's a great point. Yeah, definitely. Or at least the middle of the road.
Right. Wouldn't they be plowed
around them at that point, right? You don't have no choice, really.
Right. Sometimes they haven't. Where I lived in Madison, Wisconsin, they towed them out of the way.
Damn, yeah.
And then, why was the door locked? If she couldn't get in and had to break in, did they lock themselves out, or did somebody go in and unlock the door? Just wondering. That's never been mentioned.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. That's That's stuff that they need to answer.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
And then, yeah, and then when this first started, my first thing was, where's their cars? I mean, you'd think somebody that sleeps for 2 days would get up and look out the window or something and maybe see their friend's cars still out there. And they're parked on the street. Why? Because that's a pretty big driveway. Was there a bunch of people there and there wasn't room for them to park off the street? That's all. That's all I got to say.
Brother will never move on. Okay, no, I was pulling up. I'm about to pull up that other new. There's a couple new videos, huh? Oh, wow.
About
yeah. There's a couple new videos here. Well, I'm gonna
about
play this
what?
one too for this case. Heck yeah. This is insane. What do you, before I let you go, what are your final thoughts on this case where it stands right now?
Well, they're certainly, it's suspicious to me that they are being very quiet about this and that nobody even heard about it till what, a week later?
Correct.
I didn't hear anything about it until the next football game. So this is kind of old news that's just happening now. So they kept it hush-hush for a number of days. So it wasn't brought to, not that I'm aware of, but, was it brought to the media's attention in that week before we found out? I don't know. I'm just suspicious about, I don't have any final thoughts about, what happened or the whole fentanyl thing. But, when it comes to talking about elephant tranquilizers, who's tranquilizing that many elephants? Because there's only so many elephants in the world, and the vets that do use elephant tranquilizers are around the zoos. So if things are getting made from elephant tranquilizers, where's that coming from? Horse tranquilizers? I see. There's lots of horses and stuff. And I know vets get robbed all the time. And I know there are crooked vets, just like there's crooked doctors that sell things on the side. But it just seems like a lot of things are being...
Also people who steal script books too and write their own shit. Back in
right.
The day.
But you can't just steal a prescription pad and walk into a pharmacy and get elephant tranquilizers. Wouldn't the pharmacist get you a little suspicious over that? I mean, it just seems like they would. I would. If I was standing in line behind somebody who wanted elephant tranquilizers or horse tranquilizers, I'd be like, what the hell?
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling. I'm about to play these new videos so we can check them out. So the people.
Yeah, I want to see, because look how much snow's there.
Exactly.
How far away the cars are parked, which means there were more cars there if there was a party.
Right.
It just seems that way to me. And that's a pretty big driveway.
What they said. That's what he was saying. He was saying in the video. He was saying there were cars parked all along there. But we'll watch it and hear it again. We're gonna watch it.
Well, yeah, the neighbors would have noticed that stuff. They're looking outside, checking the snow out.
Exactly.
So where's more neighbors speaking out?
Yep, there's been this one
with their cameras. It looks like a neighborhood that would have a lot of cameras.
Absolutely.
All right, have a good night, and I gotta make sure my door is locked.
You better make sure to lock. Stay vigilant.
I'm going to definitely.
Yeah, thank you for being a
Have a good night.
community. We appreciate it. Good night to her too. Let's dive into this. Hold up. There's a few new videos I want to check out.
Ashton Brady, he was the neighbor who lives right across from Jordan Willis, who just by happenstance looked out at the exact moment that 911 was being called. Ashton, we know now that was Clayton's fiance that actually discovered those bodies, called 911 and alerted the authorities. Just walk me through what you saw in that moment.
So basically, I was just going, turn off all my lights. I was getting ready for bed, locking the doors. I went to lock my front door, and I saw a woman come out of the backyard on her phone, and she She looked distressed because she kept looking back towards the house, and I thought it was weird. But I just moved in, so I really didn't know much. And so I just went back to my room. 10 minutes later, I saw an ambulance drive by, and I said, well, that's just weird. Something's going on. Went to the front room, looked out, and I saw that there was already 3 cop cars, and there was a man detained, and the woman was talking to the other police. And basically, I kind of watched that conspire for an hour or two. The man eventually left.
He was watching. He said, I watched it conspire for an hour or two, straight up.
The police searched the house, went through the backyards and everything, and I had no idea what had happened. And the next morning, I saw the news that they had found 3 dead bodies, and I just was kind of in disbelief. I was like, wow, I watched that happen.
Right, and actually we're looking at that video that you shot right there on the top left corner of your screen. So basically you're saying that's the video where you're actually looking out and you can see Jordan Willis being detained.
That's probably within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I was like, oh my goodness, something serious is going on at least. So yeah.
So your red flags were going off in that moment, but even before that, right? Because you saw some of these victims' cars that were right here parked in front of your house, and that also kind of alerted you, right? Because that was unusual.
Yeah, we had just moved in, but that week we had never seen those cars there. And then all of a sudden, that whole weekend, there was cars parked right in front of our drive, and they never left. And they stayed there until the police came, and even after that, we found out they were deceased. But yes, those cars never left.
And obviously that was something that raised your suspicions at all. Tell me, I know you hadn't lived here for very long, right? But tell me at all about Jordan Willis, what you know about him. I mean, did you ever see him out and about? Was he friendly? Did he come by and talk to you ever?
Honestly, I've never seen him out. I never saw him or talked to him, so I cannot speak for that. Honestly, I do not know.
How about the fact that just something that is so strange, this case in general is bizarre, and we don't have many answers. But the fact of the matter is 3 men were outside for 2 days on this backyard, 1 sitting up in a chair, 2 laying down on their backs, frozen to death. I mean, how do you wrap your mind around all that information?
It's a lot, honestly. I imagine it has something to do with a bad drug or something, but it's strange that how long it occurred for people for something to notice like that. If it happened on a Sunday, that's a long time, and I feel like something should have been said, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's hard to say out loud because you don't have all the information, but the fact of the matter is 3 men are now dead. Does it feel like you're getting, or your community is getting, the answers it deserves right now? That seems to be the big issue that the families have, is it just doesn't feel like they're getting closure because they're not getting answers.
Yeah, I feel for the families and that they just want to know what really happened. And I feel like if we need to know, we need to know. I'm sure answers are going to come out, but I know a lot of people are wondering what happened around here. That's for sure.
What is the talk of the town? How are people talking about it still? Because no doubt about it, the whole world is looking at this case and talking about it. So how do you and your friends talk about it?
Second channel, are people chanting in the chat for me to go live on the second channel? What is going on around here?
Process it, work through this whole story.
We just kind of sit down and talk about it. Sometimes we're just randomly, we'll be talking about like what could have really happened. Like how do your 3 buddies, just you not notice them for 2 days outside in the backyard? So it's really strange for me and all of our friends. It's really hard for me to say, but I feel like it had to have been just maybe an accident. I don't know. It needs more investigation though, I think.
Ashton, hang tight. I think Ashley Banfield has a question. Go ahead, Ashley.
I do. I don't think he can.
There's also another report out, and we're going to watch that. There's another video. Maybe you've seen it, but I haven't.
Hear me with an IFB, but if he can't, pass this question on. Can you ask Ashton if he saw the bodies coming out of the house? Because we learned tonight on Chris Cuomo that the father of one of the men knew that one of the men was died or frozen in a position in a lawn chair on the back porch. And I wondered if he saw gurneys come out with 3 bodies, or if he saw something unusual in the position of the bodies that were brought out of the house.
Sure. We want to know what you saw beyond those initial things that you've shared already, in specific about the bodies coming out of this house. Were you still awake at that time? Did you witness gurneys or medical examiners actually coming out with these bodies or taking them out?
So I actually did not. After that, everyone kind of cleared out. So I didn't know what had happened. So I just went to bed. I thought it was just a misunderstanding or something between a wife and a husband, but that wasn't it at all. So I went to sleep, went to work the next day. And when I was at work, I got an email or a message from a friend, sending me the picture of the article about the dead people. And I was like, oh my goodness. So I honestly did not see an ambulance actually gurney anyone out or anything like that.
What do you remember about the conditions during those days here in Kansas City? Obviously, these bodies were found frozen. Do you remember it being cold, freezing? Obviously, you saw this woman talking on her cell phone at night, 10 o'clock at night in the winter weather, and so that raised your alarms. But what do you remember just about the temperatures or the weather around that time?
It was cold. It was really cold. I'd gone hunting that Sunday, and we hunted a pond, and we actually had to put pretty much an ice prop in there to make the pond open. So I mean, if that tells you anything, we could walk on the ice. That's how thick it was. So I mean, it was definitely below freezing, and not temperatures you want to just be outside hanging out in with no clothes.
Yeah, enough to raise red flags. Ashton, thank you very much for sharing that insight with us.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, so it's that one I wanted to check out, and there's another one that says, I'm pretty sure it says he's depressed, very depressed. So let's take a look at that one real quick. It says he's very depressed. All right.
News Nation's Alex Capriello joins me live now from Kansas City. So you've been learning a lot, not only just today, but just in the last few minutes, something about the night of the discovery. Somebody witnessed something. What have you found out?
Yeah, what's interesting is we've been here all day, but when you do a lot of door knocking during the middle of the day, you don't get a lot of answered doors. People are at work. And so when we were out here setting up our live shot, we actually just had a neighbor approach us who lives right across from the house where this all went down, which is, of course, right here behind me. And he really filled in some gaps about what that night looked like when the investigators first got here. First and foremost, he said just by happenstance, he happened to be looking out the window at the time that Clayton McGeeney's fiance actually came here to snoop around for herself. Remember, she was the one who actually discovered the bodies in the first place and called 911. So from this neighbor's firsthand eyewitness report, he says he watched her actually leave the backyard, this gate right here behind me, call 911. And he said shortly after that, this whole street was flooded with cops. Meanwhile, he's filming the whole thing from his cell phone, from his front window, looking out, just wondering what the heck could be happening right here in his neighborhood, right across from his street. We're working on getting that video to you so that way you can show your viewers. But let me just describe it. He tells me that actually that person at the center of all this speculation, Jordan Willis, was actually handcuffed and detained right here against this brick wall of the house while police were asking questions. He said he filmed as actual investigators were searching through this entire house using flashlights to actually comb through each and every room trying to find.
No doubt. His friends died at his house. I mean, of course he's going to be depressed. Any normal human would be, right? How would you guys feel? I mean, put in the chat right now. How would you feel if 3 of your friends were at your house? You guys, you did your thing. You drank that night. And maybe you weren't part of that of the partying that they did, but maybe something like this happened, right? How would you feel? Where would you be at? Just place yourself in his shoes for a second. You may not, and if you don't want to, but I'm just asking you, please just take a look and put yourself in his shoes for a second and start to close your eyes and feel yourself feeling the same type of shit going on. Thousands of people are talking about you. You get what I'm saying? You really got to do that. Seriously, you really have to do that to understand all different points. And then you got to do and people put themselves there with the victims' families. I wouldn't even say victims' families yet because I want it to be verified that something is foul play. So I'm going to say the deceased here. If there is something foul play, I feel like police will be able to get to it. I feel like they would have already. It looks like they took the right steps. We are seeing video footage from the night. They put him in cuffs. They took him down. He was questioned. He talked to the police without an attorney. He let him search the property at the time. You get what I'm saying? You got to look at every angle, not just, the victim side or deceased side. You got to look at every angle. and really start to pick up what you feel. That's how I look at it.
And any other clues or evidence. Eventually, he said Willis was let go out of that handcuffs. He was taken to a car, presumably questioned more. But this was a big mystery that entire night. Nobody knew what was going on. And it wasn't until the news reports started filling in that next day that people started getting some answers. Of course, to your point, still more questions than we have actual answers. But at least we have a better idea of what that actual scene looked like that night.
I know that you're getting that video, and that as soon as you get it, we'll try and get it on the air. But quickly, you were able to get an interview about the view out of Jordan Willis's kitchen, and there's a big sliding glass door. What'd you learn?
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people here are a little skeptical about the story that we're hearing. In specific, Jordan Willis's story, the fact that he slept through 48 hours without actually having any sort of inclination that his friends were dead outside. And so most people that I'm here in the neighborhood that I'm speaking to tell me that they just don't know Jordan. He seems to be a bit of a hermit. He doesn't come out. He doesn't really talk to neighbors. He has 2 dogs, we know, but he doesn't really do much dog walking. And so a lot of people are a little weirded out by this whole story. Here's what one neighbor told me.
Willis did say that he didn't see his friends out, but he has a sliding glass door going right into his backyard, and it's in his kitchen, so like you have to see it. I don't know. I just feel like there's no way you didn't see your friends dead outside.
So even if he didn't contribute to their deaths, it's a little weird. He may not be telling the whole truth.
Right. I mean, people were calling him, people were knocking on the door, and he wasn't answering to anybody. So I just feel like that's odd that you wouldn't say anything.
I think it's just a matter of time. You know, I trust a lot of the people who are like involved in investigating the case, and you know, I'm just waiting for any answers as a community member. I think that's what we're all waiting for.
And we do know now that Jordan Willis no longer lives here. This was a rental property that he lived in, but these neighbors tell me that they saw a U-Haul truck within about a week and then packing it all up and moving out.
Again, if you guys are coming in, we've just been going over the newer videos today. There's some of the neighbors that talk with News Nation. So, I mean, they obviously retrieved that footage that you're seeing tonight. I think it's like a 22-second footage that was leaked out by the neighbor who took footage when the police arrived on January 9th. So he had, I guess he gave it to them and they put it on the news tonight and played it. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at that. We're looking at them going to the neighborhood. They're talking to several different people in the neighborhood. Interesting. See, I guess they're doing like detective work behind them.
It's empty now. There is one light that stays up on the upper floor, but the neighbor here tells me that it's been on every single day since this incident happened.
Break in to our coverage, Alex, when you get that video of Jordan Willis being cuffed that night, if you would. I know that's a lot of logistics, but if you can, certainly let us know. We're on the air for another 28 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You got it.
Thank you for watching. Go to news.
Thank you for watching. All right. Hold up. Listen, what time is it? 1:59? 1:59, what's on your mind? Or should I go to the second channel? What are we doing, chat? Are we going over to the second channel? 4 hours and 37 minutes, or am I opening the lines up? What are we doing? What's the vibes like in chat? What's the vibes like? I mean, you got to talk to me. You got to tell me, are we going over to the second channel? Are we hanging out here for another 4 hours? What are we doing? I'm watching chat. Second. Yep, second. Open lines. One open line. Some crazy case. Channel 2, second. Lines. Oh, up. Second. Depends how your mind and connection feels. Great. Silver Fox Club said, open the lines. What are you talking about? Night all 3 a.m. Good night, Diane. I appreciate you coming by. Thank you. The lines. All right. One time for your mind. Okay, bet. Somebody said, what? Second channel? Let's go. Second channel. I'm tired of crazy. Oh, wow. She said second channel. I'm tired of crazy calls. Let's go. Second channel. Okay. It is time. It is time. All right, I'm going to the second channel. If anybody wants to come over to the second channel, make sure you come by. I will be over there right now. I'm about to head over there right now. Thank you for everybody who took part of this show, called in. Wow, we'll see what's coming. I'll be back tomorrow nightly. I mean, I'm gonna be on every night. Phone lines open, and we may do half and half like this. If you want to come over there to the second channel, the link will be dropped in chat from mods. Shout out to the mods. Thank you for doing everything that you guys have done for me. I appreciate you guys, but I will be over there. So if you want to come over there and join us in the festivities, make sure you join us in the festivities. If you don't, I love you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look afford to do in these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one to give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rep game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.